Chapter 1708. Year-end Gatehouse's appearance in the River of Time shocked not Feng Yuan's side, but Celestial Court. This was because Celestial Court only had 4 time path immortal Gu houses here. This 5th time path immortal Gu house, Year-end Gatehouse, came from Northern Plains. It was owned by one of the Huangjin tribes. When did an immortal Gu house sneak in? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation? Quickly stop it. Celestial Court's side shouted. Even the rank 8 Gu immortals had shocked expressions. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly. Frost energy burst out from his body as he slammed Eternal Yacht to the bottom of the river. Feng Yuan shouted loudly, using all his strength to attack 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. His fists danced like a torrential storm, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. Present and past pavilion was already frozen. It had sunk into the river of time, vanishing without a trace. Xingyi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to go back to stop Year-end Gatehouse, but it was too far away. Under the gazes of the immortals, Year-end Gatehouse approached the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The gate started to shine with a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from inside. Watch closely. This is my 5 elements profound light. Buzz. With an ear-piercing buzzing sound, a 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, hitting the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The 5-colored light was like 5 streams of light that fused with each other. Wherever it went, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation dissolved layer by layer. A huge hole was formed in the blink of an eye. Quick, quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The river suppression lotus ceiling formation has no resistance at all. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the superformation were shocked and furious. Feng Jioga's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. The one who attacked should be a Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal, 5 elements grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path. He is skilled in imitating metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 paths. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After 5 elements, Grandmaster used this move. He gasped for breath, and his momentum suddenly fell to the bottom. His 5 elemental mystic light was best at breaking immortal arrays. He had prepared this move for a long time, and when it was unleashed, the results were shocking. A small part of the entire river suppression lotus ceiling array was destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was also because Feng Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. After all, he had been locked inside and had personally broken the formation to break out. With this information, the 5 elements grandmaster was able to modify the 5 elements cave light, which happened to be able to restrain the river suppression lotus ceiling array. Once the formation was broken, the stone lotus island was immediately exposed to the immortals. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and leaped up. Boom! He used all his strength and stomped the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform into the river, causing a huge wave. After that, he shot into the formation like a cannonball towards the stone lotus island. The Gu immortals inside the river suppression lotus ceiling array were in chaos. They were covered in sweat as they tried to maintain the formation and prevent it from breaking apart. Once this super formation breaks apart, the person controlling it would suffer a huge backlash. These Gu immortals were maintaining the formation. They were also saving themselves. The formation was busy trying to save itself. It could only look at Feng Yuan, who had come in. Read Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan looked at the stone, Lotus Island, as his eyes shined with bright light. Spring Autumn Cicada was shaking inside the Time Path clone. It was no longer the same as before. Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 now. With the immortal killer move that Feng Yuan designed personally, he could immediately determine the authenticity of the stone Lotus Island. It couldn't be any more real than this. Last time, Red Lotus True Inheritance gave Fang Yuan huge gains. He managed to turn Fang Yuan's situation around. If he were to obtain the true inheritance of the Red Lotus sect, just how much would he improve? Fang Yuan, don't think you can escape. At this time, Xing Yiwang shouted as he moved Shark Flow lever to attack Fang Yuan's back. Get lost! At the crucial moment, Bing Sai Chuan appeared and blocked Shark Flow lever. Fang Yuan, quickly go and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sai Chuan shouted at Fang Yuan while fighting. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Sai Chuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere in cooperating with him. He did not stop for even a second. He got closer to the stone Lotus Island. Don't even think about it. Eternal Yacht carried the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin Yi as it circled around Bing Sai Chuan and Xing Yiwang's battle, charging towards them. You want to chase? Hee, you'll have to get past me first. The Year's End gatehouse suddenly appeared without any warning, blocking Qin Ye's path. Qin Yi frowned as he sneered. My Eternal Yacht is the fastest. It can travel through the river of time. Your year-end gatehouse can stop me? Suddenly, Qin Ye's expression changed as he looked at Eternal Yacht. An immortal formation appeared around it. He created a time path formation so quickly. Qin Ye's heart shook. He finally experienced 5 Elements Grandmaster's shocking formation path attainment. This Red Lotus True Inheritance is mine. With Longevity Heaven's help, Fang Yuan obtained the most crucial time. He got close to the stone Lotus Island and was about to step on it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The stone Lotus Island burst out with a formless force that pushed Fang Yuan far away. What's going on? Fang Yuan was suspicious. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Don't tell me. If this stone Lotus Island accepts me, the island's defenses will fail, or will there be a loophole that others can take advantage of? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a storm of attacks rained down on Fang Yuan's mountain-like immemorial year monkey body. The river suppression Lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was still damaged, the hole was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, the rank 7 Gu Immortals controlling the formation had the strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the stone Lotus Island like before. This formation was likely designed by Celestial Court to deal with the stone Lotus Island. The stone Lotus Island resisted me earlier because of this formation? Fang Yuan was thinking when 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, which was guarded by Feng Jioga, finally arrived in front of him. The formation between the two erupted again. They fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The situation fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered. As an old man appeared, it was Celestial Court's reinforcements, the rank 8 Gu Immortal expert Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Kim Hong, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang's entire body was shrouded in a spherical qi wall. At this moment, she slowly floated to Li Huang's side. Protect Huang Air. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said confidently, Lord Duke Long, please don't worry. I have Verdant Sunflame cloak. Who in the world can injure Feng Kim Hong? Duke Long did not look at him. He looked at the horizon. In order to take care of Feng Kim Hong, there was a slight delay. Dragon Palace had already flown out of sight. Duke Long smiled lightly. He was not nervous at all. He clenched his fists. It was time to show his skills. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qin Yuan again. The other rank 8 Gu Immortals were still fighting each other. The opportunity is fleeting. I need to grab it. Qin Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. It had been so many days since he joined the battle. This was the fourth opportunity he had been waiting for. But just as Qin Yuan was about to get close to Dragon Palace, a huge force surged towards him. The aura of death was so dense that it made him suffocate. He quickly turned around and blocked the fatal attack, but his whole body was like a sandbag. He spat out blood and was sent flying. "Duke Long, it's you." Qin Yuan's voice was hoarse. His face was filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky indifferently. The two horns on his forehead were shining with purple gold light. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was like a boulder. His dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. Qin Yuan struggled to stop his flying body. He wanted to counterattack Duke Long, but suddenly his expression changed. A dragon-shaped energy suddenly rose up from his chest and suddenly exploded. Boom! The explosion was not loud, but Qin Yuan's defensive methods were like paper. Qin Yuan was filled with disbelief and panic as he retreated. Blood spewed out of his mouth. His ribs were broken. His entire chest was almost destroyed. His heart and lungs could be seen from the outside. "Duke Long, take this. This immortal goo house is mine." Song Chi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The two gave up on fighting. They worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long smiled plainly. "Roar." The dragon roared. Song Chi Yuan and Zhang Yin were sent flying with confusion and shock. They suffered a heavy blow, but before they could even see what happened, they were defeated by Duke Long. "Be careful. Duke Long is no longer a burden. He is about to go all out. Is this his true strength? Everyone attack together. Don't let him succeed." Duke Long's powerful performance made the other Rank 8 Gu Immortals feel a huge threat. They turned around and surrounded Duke Long. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. He did not move at all. Only when the killer moves came from all directions did he suddenly open his eyes. Immortal killer move. Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the Rank 8 Gu Immortals' bodies and minds shook. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated, even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart. The Rank 8 Gu Immortals and Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent. Heaven and earth became silent. Only Duke Long was left. He stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace, he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents. He had the upper hand. "Kill. Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us." A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea. The Rank 8 Gu Immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions. They attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly. A dragon tail grew out from his back. His body was covered in dragon scales. The dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared. It was the immortal killer move dragon roaring wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents. His dragon fists smashed their faces one by one. His dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's Rank 8 Gu Immortals were not his match. They were furious and shocked. Their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted. Even if they succeeded, they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's Rank 8 Gu Immortals. "Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him. I have even more powerful methods." Eastern Sea's Rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move. Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff, puff, puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Chapter 17:09. Withdraw. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the roof of Dragon Palace. A huge suction force was exerted. The rank 8 immortal goo house resisted it as it was dragged into Duke Long's phantom aperture inch by inch. The other rank 8 goo immortals saw this and quickly rushed over, attacking Duke Long with all sorts of killer moves. Duke Long sighed as he suddenly vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace lost its restraints and shot out from the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to give chase when Duke Long suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking their path. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, weaving through the Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. The rumbling of the fierce battle was like a ceaseless thunderclap. A myriad of innocent lives suffered calamity, and enormous waves that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall arose on the surface of the sea. Without Feng Kim Hong burdening him, Duke Long displayed astonishing battle strength. None of the rank 8 goo immortals present were his match. However, these Eastern Sea goo immortals could cultivate to rank 8. They had deep foundations and some skills. Even though they could not defeat Duke Long and were showing signs of losing, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Even though they were wary of each other against Duke Long, they cooperated when they could. At once, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. Earlier, when he erupted and suppressed everyone, it was because he had been enduring and did not make a big move. Thus, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were caught unprepared. As the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were gradually familiarized by Eastern Sea's goo immortals. They quickly found the correct methods to counter or deal with him. In this world, there were no invincible immortal goo or invincible immortal killer moves. There were only invincible goo immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex and mysterious, had its traces, it had advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was indeed strong. None of the Eastern Sea rank 8s present were his match. But the current situation was special. Everyone was fighting for the immortal goo house. Nobody wanted to fight to the death with Duke Long. The immortal goo house continued to fly. The battlefield was moving around. Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to restrain the enemy. Dragon claws swept out, forcing back many Eastern Sea rank 8s. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace and grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a pair of giant dragon claws appeared and held onto the Dragon Palace tightly. The Dragon Palace's body shook violently. It shattered the illusory dragon claw and broke free. Duke Long sighed. This situation had happened many times. It was not easy to take the Dragon Palace. He had to fight for a while and temporarily defeat all the competitors. Then he would have a good opportunity to try to take the Dragon Palace. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house with great strength. It was very difficult to take it. Duke Long had tried many times, but all of them had ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong. What do we do? When he attacks, we will not have a chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention taking it. Duke Long is the only one attacking. Thankfully, this immortal goo house is strong enough. We can't let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. It will be subdued by Duke Long sooner or later. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals were all injured. They communicated with each other. They wanted others to use their trump cards to deal with Duke Long. At rank 8 level, who did not have trump cards, these immortal killer moves were definitely powerful or mysterious, but no one was willing to expose them. No one could guarantee that in this complicated battle environment, these immortal killer moves would not fail. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Duke Long was also holding on to triple chi retraction. He did not use it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but it was very risky. He might injure himself. Earlier, when he fought against Zishan Makoto, he tried always to probe him. After feeling that the other party did not have any special methods, he found a chance to use triple chi retraction. In this situation, if Duke Long rashly used triple chi retraction and was countered by the enemy, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s had a lot of people, they had deep foundations, who knew what methods they were hiding. It was like an arrow on a bow, hanging in the air without being shot. It was very worrying. When Gu Immortals hid their killer moves, they were often a form of deterrence. River of Time. Immortal killer move. Summer Fan. Fang Yuan was still in the immemorial year monkey form. He successfully used his killer move, grabbing at the air with both hands. A huge palm leaf fan with a long handle suddenly appeared out of thin air and was grasped in his hand. Bing Sai Chuan, move aside. Fang Yuan twisted his waist. His arm muscles bulged as he fanned. Whoosh! Winds blew, sweeping forward. The intense winds swept 3 autumn yellow crane platform and even shark flow lever into it, binding them and sending them out of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jioga and Xing Yi Wang flew out of the immortal Gu house, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Even though they did not cultivate time path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not collapse. Inside the formation, time path was suppressed while other paths were strengthened. The rank 7 Gu immortals sent by the Celestial Court were all elites during this period of time. They had worked together to repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still there, it had shrunk by a lot. 5 Elements Grandmaster, quickly use your profound light. Fang Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from the Year's End Tower. I won't be able to use the Dongxian light again in a short amount of time. This formation has changed a lot. Using the Dongxian light again won't be as effective. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Jioga's body flickered as 4 Song Warriors appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan. Xing Yi Wang's body shined with starlight as he pounced towards Bing Sai Chuan like a porcupine. Bing Sai Chuan and Fang Yuan looked at each other before flying into the sky, abandoning their opponents, and attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This was the wisest tactic. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke, be it Feng Jioga or Xing Yi Wang, they would have to hide in their immortal Gu houses. Feng Jioga and Xing Yi Wang quickly stopped them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster controlled the immortal formation to trap Qin Ye's eternal yacht. In the intense battle, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely, enduring Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan's attacks. More and more cracks appeared. However, on Celestial Court's side, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever, which were taken away by Fang Yuan, entered the battle again. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan, you still don't trust me now? The situation was disadvantageous. Bing Sai Chuan shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan's arms shook as a spherical light membrane covered himself and Fang Yuan. This was his immortal killer move. It was used for defense. Anything that landed on the light membrane, be it living beings or killer moves, would be frozen in time. Break it! Feng Jioga and Xing Yi Wang shouted at the same time. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever also unleashed killer moves, attacking Bing Sai Chuan's light membrane. But any killer move that landed on the light membrane would be frozen in time. They would stop. At once, the entire light membrane seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he held on to the light membrane. Even though he had peak rank 8 battle strength, inside this formation, time path was suppressed. He was facing the attacks of 2 immortal goo houses and 2 rank 8 goo immortals. It was very taxing. Fang Yuan saw this chance. He dispelled his immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Yama Emperor. At this point, he finally had the chance to change his battle style. Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang had too much battle experience. They did not give Fang Yuan any chance to transform. He was constantly interrupted. After Fang Yuan transformed into Yama Emperor, he immediately activated his killer move. His aura rose rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang had solemn expressions. They were very vigilant. At this point in the battle, Fang Yuan finally had the time to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Pay attention. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. He dispelled his defensive killer move and charged at the front. Without any obstruction, the attacks that had stopped earlier surged towards Bing Sai Chuan and Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Bing Sai Chuan stood at the front. He forcefully opened a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held Luo Pasil as he charged towards Xing Yi Wang while enduring the aftermath. Xing Yi Wang retreated. Feng Jioge went to the right and attacked Fang Yuan from the side. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. As he flew up, Luo Pasil flew out and landed on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The formation's activation stopped. Several rank 7 goo immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sai Chuan felt the pressure on him lessening. Swish, swish, swish. Large amounts of water from the river of time flowed into the formation through the opening. Then, with a series of crisp, cracking sounds, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation fell apart piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal goo. How did he deduce that? Boom. Feng Jioge attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on breaking the formation. He could only take Feng Jioge's attack head-on. Even in Yama Emperor's state, Fang Yuan coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. A large number of soul path goo worms died, and several immortal goo were injured. Without the formation's help, the battlefield changed. Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan gained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while longer. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was left with a third of its original strength. The remaining rank 7 goo immortals tried their best to hold on, but the formation was just a step away from breaking apart. They had no hope. Protect me, Fang Yuan said to Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan used a spherical light barrier again, covering Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to cancel Yama Emperor and use immemorial year beast transformation. Protect me, Feng Jioge shouted. Xing Yi Wang and the 2 immortal goo houses surrounded Feng Jioge. Immortal killer move, winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge took a huge risk and successfully used the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Sai Chuan's forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted to Fang Yuan, "Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation. We need to retreat." But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not attack the defensive light barrier. They attacked the stone Lotus Island instead. Under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, the stone Lotus Island was engulfed by the winds of assimilation. It broke into pieces and turned into wind. The winds of assimilation were getting stronger. Whoever went to the island would have to face this destructive tornado. Feng Jioge, you... Bing Sai Chuan was exasperated. Fang Yuan's expression was also slightly dark. Chapter 17:10. The winds of assimilation rampaged in the river of time. When Feng Jioge used the Song of Gale, it would cause the sound of howling winds. But when the true winds of assimilation blew, it was very calm. There was no sound at all. The silent winds of assimilation made all of the goo immortals present feel a bone-chilling coldness. The stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation before vanishing completely. the winds of assimilation got stronger. Initially, it was quite large. After destroying the stone Lotus Island, it expanded by several times. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of river water was turned into the winds, the entire river of time was still unaffected. The amount of river water that was lost was negligible. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful compared to the entire river of time, it was too small. It was like a bug on an old cow. All of the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses carefully distanced themselves from the winds of assimilation. Even Fengjoga was not an exception. The stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. He wanted to enter the island earlier, but was repelled by the defensive force of the stone Lotus Island. To think that the stone Lotus Island could not resist the winds of assimilation at all. Don't tell me this formation played a crucial role in suppressing the stone Lotus Island, or is the stone Lotus Island already at the end of its tether? It could not resist the might of the winds of assimilation? Feng Yuan looked at the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. It was still collapsing. Fengjoga had a heavy mood. Even though he destroyed the stone Lotus Island, in his opinion, he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus' true inheritance, the Celestial Court had expended unimaginable resources and manpower. They finally found a stone Lotus Island and used the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation to trap it. But to think that Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's power would obstruct it. Fengjoga had no choice but to destroy the stone Lotus Island. All of his previous efforts went to waste. With regards to his actions, no one could reprimand him, because the situation was clear. The river suppression Lotus ceiling Grand Array had suffered a blow from Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil. It was destined to collapse. Once the formation broke, Fengjoga, Xingyi Wang, and the rest could only return to the immortal Gu house obediently. In this way, the Celestial Court's battle prowess would definitely plummet. On the other hand, Feng Yuan and Bing Saichuan were like fish in water in the river of time. Without the restriction of the formation, their battle strength rose once again. The enemy was strong while he was weak. Fengjoga wasn't confident that the stone Lotus Island would be taken away by Feng Yuan's side sooner or later. So, Fengjoga seized the opportunity to cut his losses and brazenly destroy the stone Lotus Isle. Good decision. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes as he praised. Bing Saichuan heaved a long sigh, showing a dejected expression. He had placed his hopes on Red Lotus' true inheritance. He wanted to find a shortcut to destroy fake Gu. But now, Feng Yuan only had the key to Spring Autumn Cicada, while the stone Lotus Island was destroyed by Fengjoga. He was greatly disappointed. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a true inheritance in secret. Feng Yuan naturally would not tell Longevity Heaven about this secret. The Celestial Court was also kept in the dark. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the damaged river suppression Lotus ceiling formation broke apart. Most of the immortal Gu were destroyed. The Gu immortals controlling it died one after another. The river flowed in reverse, creating huge waves. The river of time was restored to its former state. Let's retreat. Fengjoga gritted his teeth as he spoke. The situation was very disadvantageous to the Celestial Court. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, in this situation, even if Duke Long came, he would not be able to do anything. Fengjoga and the rest were not Time Path Gu immortals. They could only hide in their immortal Gu houses and fight using the Time Path immortal Gu houses. And these Time Path immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. If they had a rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house, the Celestial Court would have a chance of winning. Even though the Celestial Court had an extremely deep foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, the Celestial Court could not take out a Time Path rank 8 Gu immortal Gu house. Even though they created 4-time path immortal goo houses, they were only at rank 7 level. To create a rank 8-time path immortal goo house in a short period of time, the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. Actually, there was no problem with Fairy Myrtle's arrangements. Even though Feng Yuan obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, his killer moves were mostly modified. A large number of immortal goo were also refined. His battle strength rose by a lot. But it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance alone. The Celestial Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was deep hatred between Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan. This hatred was not simple. Feng Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 immortal goo house. He also destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements, the symbol of the Golden Tribe's glory. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on hatred and cooperated with Feng Yuan. Is this a change brought by Bing Sai Chuan? Feng Jioga returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sai Chuan with a frown. The 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court were retreating rapidly. Feng Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey, chasing after them. Bing Sai Chuan fought alongside him. The two attacked fiercely, attacking the 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. Even though Heaven's Stairway had 3 rank 8s, they could only defend themselves now, enduring the enemy's attacks as they escaped. Present and Past Pavilion finally broke free from Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. It flew out of the River of Time, leaving the river. The 3 Xuanzi were holding their breaths. They wanted to teach Feng Yuan a lesson, but they saw their 3 immortal goo houses escaping in panic. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. The rank 7 goo immortals controlling the formation were all dead. Only a few were struggling in the River of Time. They were not far from death. Retreat. Feng Jioga transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped. They quickly joined the escaping group. Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmaster's year-end gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 immortal goo houses were very sturdy. They protected each other and were slippery. Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan got stronger as they fought. In the River of Time, they could display extraordinary battle strength. The tributary of the River of Time is nearby. We are about to escape. Qing Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Celestial Court's goo immortals. You want to leave? Not so easy. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, closing the distance. You guys retreat. We will block the enemy. The 3 Xuanzi came to a realization. They moved the tattered present and past pavilion and stayed behind. Under the 3 Xuanzi's stalling, the other 3 immortal goo houses successfully escaped along the tributary of the River of Time. Now, that present and past pavilion was destroyed by Feng Yuan. The 3 Xuanzi also died. Not a single rank 8 goo immortal was left behind. Feng Yuan was filled with regret. This was a rare opportunity. Feng Yuan did not want to chase them. In the outside world of the 5 regions, Feng Jioga and the rest could attack freely. He cleaned up the battlefield and stored his immortal aperture, annexing them one by one. Bing Sai Chuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not make a move. They only watched from the side. There were many rank 7 goo immortals who died because they did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court. They all had rank 7 immortal apertures. After Feng Yuan annexed his aperture, he gained a lot. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After cleaning up, Feng Yuan took the initiative to suggest. Longevity Heaven had shown sufficient sincerity in the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal. They did not want Celestial Court to completely repair fake goo. If Celestial Court had fake goo, it could regain its former glory. It would be a huge threat to the other 4 regions. After staying in the River of Time for a while, Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan confirmed that Red Lotus was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain the true inheritance, they stopped Celestial Court from succeeding. It was a draw. Soon, Fang Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they received news that Eastern Sea's side had come to an end. There was a result. In this contest for Dragon Palace, the final victor was Duke Long. Duke Long had outstanding battle strength. He suppressed many of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Next, Celestial Court's new rank 8 Gu Immortal Chun came to reinforce with an immortal Gu house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone immortal Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 immortal Gu house's resistance and take it. But Duke Long himself was also heavily injured. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s no longer held back. They used their trump cards. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Duke Long obtained the immortal Gu house, he did not continue fighting. He left immediately. To think that this rank 8 lone immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Celestial Court. 5 Elements, Grandmaster, shook his head. He was once a lone immortal, but now he was a member of Longevity Heaven. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might be a pawn of Celestial Court in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought of Northern Plains Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience was a rank 8 Gu immortal that Celestial Court placed in Northern Plains, but his identity was not exposed. Chapter 1711. Inside Central Continent's Regional Wall. Go, quickly go! Follow us, don't fall behind. A group of Western Desert Gu masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground split open like a huge beast opening its mouth to devour them. Ah, save me! Amidst the screams, a small group of people fell into the earth trench. Most of them would be crushed to death. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would most likely be dead. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhang Ping was still a youngster. He had just advanced to rank 2 Gu Master. He was panicking now. The primeval essence in his aperture was almost depleted. Oh no! Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu Master. He was sweating profusely now. He had used all his strength. The killer move not only moved him, but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping did not have primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective. By then, Zhang Ping's speed would fall. Zhang Quan would be helpless. He could only watch as his son fell into the abyss. What do I do? Zhang Quan was helpless. He was extremely anxious. He was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have brought his son to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Earlier, he saw his son's Refinement Path talent. He wanted to bring him to broaden his horizons and temper his abilities. But to think that when they passed the regional wall, they encountered an earth vein disturbance. Just as Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were about to despair, their vision cleared up. Zhang Quan was stunned. He reacted. They had passed through Central Continent's regional wall. They were in Central Continent now. The earth vein was shaking, other than creating an earth trench and losing large amounts of goo materials and goo worms. The 5 regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, Gu Masters needed less than half of the time to cross the regional walls. But what use is this? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping's primeval essence and stamina were expended. Zhang Quan could only carry him. But this way, their speed fell. They were about to be devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shone, enveloping the surviving Gu Masters and bringing them to the sky. The earth trench continued to expand under their feet. Soon, a bottomless abyss formed below them. Only when they landed at the edge of the earth trench did the mystical light on these Gu Masters fade. What's going on? Who saved us? Such an unimaginable method saved all of us. The Gu Immortal must have taken action. The Gu Masters were very excited after surviving the calamity. They discussed among themselves. High up in the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly valley, Gu Immortal smiled kindly as he retracted his gaze from these Gu masters. The Gu Immortal quickly flew away, continuing his patrol. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had already begun. Large numbers of Gu masters had arrived from the other 4 regions. The Gu Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a mandatory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. There were many Gu Immortals with the same mission as him. These people were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects, but there were also other sects, slave Gu Immortals, who were recruited by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as some lone immortals who were close to the 10 great ancient sections. This time, the Celestial Court was holding the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The security was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group luckily received help from Gu Immortals and escaped with their lives. After entering Central Continent, they rested for a while before heading to the nearest registration location. There were many registration locations for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhang Quan, Zhang Ping, and some Gu masters with the same goal arrived at Scorpion Needle sect. This sect was only an ordinary force. It was most proficient in raising and using scorpion-shaped Gu worms. The most famous one was Scorpion Needle Gu. This was an offensive Gu worm. Once activated, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The scorpion needles were sharp and fast. They also carried poison. They were not to be trifled with. Scorpion Needle sect had already made preparations. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall, seeing that it was filled with people. Most of them were natives of the Central Continent, and a small number were like them from the Western region. Scorpion Needle sect's location was close to Western Desert, thus many Western Desert Gu masters came to register. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention attracted countless Gu masters to participate. It was a grand occasion every time. According to the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought to the side hall to participate in the examination. The examination only had 4 questions. It was not easy, but not difficult either. It tested the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu masters with a certain level of experience could often pass. Those who came just to make up the numbers would be eliminated. It would save manpower and resources. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping both passed the test and successfully registered for the academy. When they walked out of the hall, they each held a token in their hands. The token had the names of the participants, the sect, the path, and the time and place of registration. When Gu masters register, they could choose any name they wanted. Their path and sect could also be kept secret. Precisely because of this leniency, every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, large numbers of lone cultivators, demons, and even Gu Immortals would come to participate incognito. 100 yuan stone for one registration. This is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept the token and grumbled. That's why you have to perform well this time. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping expectantly. Zhang Ping nodded. Oh, right, Father. I saw many Central Continent Gu masters registering directly. They do not need to participate in the examination. Zhang Quan smiled. These people obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention. They can directly participate in it. Then, Father, didn't you also obtain a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention? Why did you have to pay for this? Zhang Ping asked in confusion. Zhang Quan shook his head. That is because I am not a Central Continent Gu master. Only Central Continent Gu masters have this privilege. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly biased towards the locals. It was unfair, but the young Zhang Ping quickly accepted it. After all, this was Central Continent's territory. The convention was also organized by a Central Continent force. Shouldn't they take care of their own people? And this slight unfairness was not overboard at all. Because in the registration test, as long as a Gu master had refinement path attainment, they could pass it. The refinement path convention has begun. In Celestial Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move to observe the registration scenes in Central Continent. At this moment, his face was still pale. His injuries from fighting for the Dragon Palace had not healed much. This refinement path convention is the most crucial Red Lotus. Do you know, after this refinement path convention, Fate Gu will be completely restored. Duke Long's gaze suddenly turned perplexed. Scenes of the past quietly appeared in his mind. Spring-Autumn Cicada? You actually designed such an unfilial immortal Gu. Hong Ting, what are you trying to do? After learning of the secret, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus immortal venerable Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, "Master, I have already said it. I want to revive them. I want everything to start over again." "You." Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting, his body shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head. "Master, scold me if you want, hit me if you want, but I will not give up." Duke Long stared at Hong Ting angrily, but did not scold him. Instead, after a long silence, he suddenly heaved a long sigh. "Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try. I will not stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that if you fail enough, you will wake up." Many days later, Master Hong Ting had injuries all over his body, but his expression was very excited as he arrived in front of Duke Long. "I finally found my only hope. I am about to succeed. I will definitely succeed in changing fate." "How can this be?" Duke Long did not believe it at all. "I am relying on this. Love Gu. This is the inspiration I got from the Legends of Renzu. The book says, love is also a part of fate. Since that is the case, love can also change fate." Hong Ting became more excited as he spoke. Duke Long was extremely shocked and furious. "Outrageous! Outrageous! Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are an immortal venerable of the righteous path, but you want to change history. Do you know what kind of unimaginable consequences your unscrupulous actions will cause?" "Oh, Master!" Hong Ting suddenly raised his head, his gaze shining as he looked at Duke Long. "Do you still not understand?" "Understand what?" "Times have changed. People's hearts have also changed. Our generation does not need restraints." Before Hong Ting finished, he was rudely interrupted by Duke Long. "Enough! You actually said Fate Gu is a kind of restraint?" "Hong Ting, enough is enough. If you continue like this, you will fall into the demonic path." "Master, Master does not want to punish you in the name of righteousness." Taking a deep breath, Duke Long's gaze became clear again. The memories in his mind had already been collected, but Duke Long still felt a sense of self-blame. "Oh, Red Lotus, you still don't understand." Duke Long muttered, "No matter how times change, Fate Gu will always be the protective umbrella of our human race. You disregarded the big picture of humanity for your own selfish desires. It was my mistake in teaching you. You are my disciple. As your master, I will make up for your mistake. I do not have much time left. But it does not matter. It is enough to repair Fate Gu completely. I will not allow anyone to destroy this refinement path convention." Boom. At the same time, a shocking explosion occurred in Scorpion Needle Sect. Countless Gu masters who were participating in the refinement path convention died instantly. Dust clouds surged. An ancient, desolate beast year snake was roaring in the ruins of Scorpion Needle Sect. Looking at the ancient year snake that was rampaging and slaughtering Gu masters, Fong Yuan smiled coldly as he left. An immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core activated, bringing him to the next location. Celestial Court wanted to repair fate. They needed to hold the Refinement Path Convention to obtain success Dao marks. How could Fong Yuan let Celestial Court get what they wanted so easily. Chapter 17:12. Gue E Sect. As one of the registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention, it was also filled with people. The Refinement Path Convention is finally starting. To think that I would get a second chance in this life, I am truly thankful to heaven. The middle-aged Gu Master sighed. Some of the Gu Masters around him recognized him and started to discuss. Look, it is Refinement Path Master Luo Sheng. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he lost due to an unexpected situation. He is making a comeback this time. The Refinement Path Convention is held once every 100 years. Luo Sheng should not have a chance. Who could have thought that after 10 years, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again? The middle-aged Gu Master heard all of these discussions, but his expression was calm. He was past the age of vanity. He only wanted to prove himself now. The opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I have been working hard and accumulating resources, Central Continent is too big. The 5 regions are too big. There will always be geniuses. Just here alone, there are already many new geniuses. The middle-aged Gu Master looked around. His attention was mainly on 3 Gu Masters. One was an old man. He had been famous for many years. He was also a Refinement Path Master. The other was a young man and a young girl with bright eyes. The former had shown brilliantly in the previous Refinement Path Convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this Refinement Path Convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity. I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself. I need to make my wife and son raise their heads high. Boom. In the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into smithereens. All of the middle-aged Gu Master's grand ambitions vanishing into thin air. Those young Gu Masters with bright futures, the talented young girl who was the center of attention, died on the spot. They were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together. Even their corpses could not be identified. Next location. In the sky, Fang Yuan's figure flashed. This was the 15th location that he had attacked. Central Continent's Gu Masters had suffered huge losses. These were only mortal Gu Masters. How could they deal with ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 Gu Immortals might not be able to match these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan mercilessly slaughtered the lives of these Gu Masters, creating a huge tragedy. More and more elite Gu Masters were sacrificed. The Celestial Court's immortals felt a trace of heartache. That devil Fang Yuan is truly vicious and evil. He really came to cause trouble. Damn it! Are we just going to sit back and watch? Lord Ziwei, I wonder. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Fang Yuan is very cautious. Every time he attacks, he only releases wild ancient year beasts to wreak havoc in the world and slaughter Gu Masters. He rarely takes action himself. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. His wisdom path attainment is very deep. He knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he will leave behind, and the easier it will be for us to discover and track him. It will be very difficult for me to determine his location. I need more clues, and it will take a long time. But where did he get so many ancient year beasts? A Gu Immortal frowned. According to Southern Borders information, there is a year essence pool in Xia Cha's immortal aperture. It should be because of this pool that Fang Yuan secretly gathered so many year beasts. Fairy Myrtle said. Even though her expression was calm, she felt anger in her heart. As a Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan actually attacked mortals without any restraints. He was bullying the weak. He was truly too shameless. He had no bottom line. Most demonic path Gu Immortals would not do this. This was the tacit understanding between Gu Immortals, but Fang Yuan directly broke it. Fang Yuan is the greatest calamity to all living beings. Fairy Myrtle was furious, but also felt pity for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more living beings will be harmed and harmed by him. Duke Long, however, was truly calm. His heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. All right, Fang Yuan's appearance. Isn't this something we already expected? Let's follow the plan. This time, even if we have to pay a huge price, we need to repair fake goo. Duke Long's tone was firm. Celestial Court's goo immortals listened to his orders. They felt. Nothing in this world could shake Duke Long's resolve. Fang Yuan was indeed a problem. Celestial Court could not ignore him. Thus they had a plan to deal with him. Several days later, the people who were shocked by Fang Yuan's attacks obtained concrete information and evidence. Everything pointed to Fang Yuan. He was the culprit. The crowd was in a frenzy. Fang Yuan has already become a goo immortal. There are really immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this blood debt. Even if I am rank 5, if I am not a goo immortal, I will still be an ant. Fang Yuan is clearly trying to ruin the Refinement Path Convention. For the sake of my life, I will not go. Go. Why not go? If we do not go, won't we fall into Fang Yuan's trap? That's right. Even though I am a mortal goo master and am not goo immortal Fang Yuan's match, but to take revenge for my wife's death. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I cannot let this demon Fang Yuan get what he wants. Some were fearful, some sighed, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. Time passed, days passed. The Refinement Path Convention continued. Fang Yuan was alone. Central Continent was filled with registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not exterminate all of these goo masters, because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent goo immortals. Especially after Fang Yuan's attack, Celestial Court immediately made a move. They sent out missions. Countless goo masters received the relevant missions and moved around, testing people's participation qualifications and giving out tokens. This way, Central Continent's forces split up. No one went to one location to register. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell greatly. Even though Fang Yuan was working hard and over 10,000 goo masters died at his hands, he could not stop the Refinement Path Convention from starting. The registration phase was over. The competition had already started for many days. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at a certain place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when his brows suddenly rose. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Hand over your life. A Central Continent, rank 8 goo immortal charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the other party. He had no desire to fight. He activated his killer move again and retreated. These last few days, Central Continent's goo immortals are getting faster and faster. Is it because I used fixed immortal travel too many times? They deduced it? But even so, they seem to be able to predict where I will appear. What investigative method is this? Time path. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from his previous location. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He acutely sensed that 3 rank 8 goo immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where do you think you are going? Celestial Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them. It was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It is called People's Accusation. Ha ha ha, demon. You did not expect this, right? The more people you kill, the more people will hate you. The hatred of these mortal goo masters will continue to mark your location. The 3 rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan. Immortal battlefield killer move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 goo immortal appeared above Fang Yuan. An immortal battlefield killer move enveloped Fang Yuan. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xiong Xion's Rumor Cage is indeed the fastest battlefield killer move to activate. Even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 goo immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, Fang Yuan has been trapped by us. Within Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had an excited expression. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, this is a rare opportunity. I suggest you take action personally and eliminate Fang Yuan without fail. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is just a clown. Repairing Fate Gu is the important matter at hand. It is not time for me to take action yet. Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle was about to persuade him again when her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, all parts of Central Continent, especially the Refinement Path competition, were attacked by Gu Immortals. In fact, not only Refinement Path venues, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu Immortals. Chapter 17:13. Fang Yuan floated in the air, as if he had been standing in a snowstorm for several minutes. His body was covered in a layer of white snow. From afar, it looked like he was wearing a thick fox fur sweater. This was the modified Time Path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but because Reverse Flow River was almost dried up, this move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had defensive methods like Yama Emperor, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Protection, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination, Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and so on. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for a period of time, they were no longer useful. Purple Thought Light Protection was Zishan Makoto's method. It had once blocked Duke Long's fist during the battle. Its power was not to be underestimated. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move. He did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial immortal Gu. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was Fang Yuan's method. He had used it before. Even though the core immortal Gu were rank 7 killer moves were still too weak. Divination Tortoise Transformation was also a defensive method, but similarly, it was an ancient desolate beast Divination Tortoise. It could not participate in battles between rank 8s. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin. It was designed by Spectral Soul Demon, venerable to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. With Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghostly Concealment, Yama Emperor had incredible defense. It could be used to fight against rank 8s. But its defensive power could not compare to Winter Coat. Yama Emperor was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. Together with Yama Children, it had incredible power in group battles. Winter Coat was focused on defense. Fang Yuan devoured Xia Cha's immortal aperture, causing his time path Dao marks to increase sharply. He had the most Dao marks. It greatly increased the power of Winter Coat. And most importantly, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defensive power was even more outstanding than before. Without Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat killer move became Fang Yuan's substitute. Boom, boom, boom. 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan one after another, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. He used Winter Coat to block all of their attacks. What killer move is this? It looks like Xia Cha's Winter Coat. How is this possible? Xia Cha's Winter Coat isn't like this. The 3 rank 8s had different expressions. They conversed secretly. They were shocked by the defensive power of Winter Coat. Then, they all turned their attention to Zhou Xiongxin. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. But Zhou Xiongxian was different. He was a member of Celestial Court who had just woken up. Zhou Xiongxian had already activated the immortal battlefield rumor cage. In this battle environment, all other paths were suppressed. Only Information Path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat killer move was suppressed. The 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. While the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiongxian, Fang Yuan was observing this immortal battlefield rumor cage. Rumor cage was made of countless silver words. Some were as large as horses and carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that covered Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between the words, the entire sphere seemed to be connected to the outside world. It was not completely closed. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing the profundities of this immortal battlefield. But regarding information path, Fang Yuan was not proficient at all. If it was a time path or refinement path immortal battlefield, Fang Yuan could use time path and refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level to decipher it in minutes. But against information path, he was at a loss. He could only rely on the light of wisdom to deduce it. Undeniably, the celestial court sending information path Gu immortal Zhou Xiong Xian to deal with Fang Yuan was a wise move. If it were any other Gu immortal expert, as long as Fang Yuan had seen them before, he would have prepared a set of methods to deal with them. But this Zhou Xiong Xian was the first time Fang Yuan had seen him. Zhou Xiong Xian wore a white robe. He had a square face and a righteous expression. He had a strong physique. Those who could become members of the celestial court were elites and experts among rank 8s. Ignoring everything else, just that rumor cage earlier was too profound for words. It was extremely fast. It was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped by me, don't think of leaving this place alive. You have committed so many crimes. How many innocent lives have died in your hands? Now, I will let you taste the consequences of your actions. Zhou Xiong Xian spoke righteously. His aura surged as he activated 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move, fearsome gossip. Immortal killer move, 3 men becomes tigers. In an instant, every single silver character in the rumor cage began to emit a bright radiance. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, floating in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. As the tiger group attacked, Fang Yuan's body shot out like lightning, charging towards them. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan charged towards the silver tigers and tried to attack, but the giant hand only blocked for a moment before the silver tigers broke it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. The silver tigers were quite strong. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Jade green scissors flew around with extraordinary agility. Wherever they went, the scissors would open and close. The silver tigers would either be beheaded or cut in half. Their corpses would turn into silver specks of light that scattered everywhere. Spring Scissors was unstoppable. A peculiar light flashed in Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes as he thought, "This is different from the information." Ever since the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's Spring Scissors killer move seems to have been modified again. Its power has increased by at least 20%. Zhou Xiong Xian was an information path Gu immortal. He could notice and collect even the slightest change. Spring Scissors did not change for hundreds of years in Xia Cha's hands, but in Fang Yuan's hands, it keeps changing. Is Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment really so high? Maybe his time path attainment level is quite high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify it. Zhou Xiong Xian was inwardly shocked. Right now, under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors' killer move was still unstoppable. Countless silver tigers were cut by it. However, Zhou Xiong Xian was not flustered. "The situation is still under my control. Slowly, you will experience my power." Fang Yuan. Zhou Xiong Xian sneered in his mind. A moment later, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The silver tigers are endless. They are clearly one with this rumor cage battlefield. No matter how many are killed, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are getting stronger. Strange. Normally speaking, Methods like the Silver Tigers relied on numbers to fight a battle of attrition against the enemy. But the Silver Tigers were getting stronger and stronger at a shocking speed. It surpassed the limits of such methods. Earlier, Spring Scissor's killer move was unstoppable, but now it seemed to be very tired. The Silver Tigers were not only tougher, they were also much more agile. They often escaped from Spring Scissors and missed. At this time, the Time Path clone finally deduced some results. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiongxian as he said, "So that's it. This is the combination of information path and human path methods. You used the resentment of the people in Central Continent to use this move, right? Just like the previous people's accusation killer move." Zhou Xiongxian's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan discovered the profundity so quickly, his heart shook. "Since you saw it, there is no need to hide it. Indeed, the foundation of this killer move is primordial origin Immortal Venerable's method. He mobilized the will of the people in Central Continent." "Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people. The will of the people is in a frenzy. Even though a mortal's strength is small, what if millions of people have their strength stacked together? This strength is unimaginable to you. Thus, struggle as much as you want, you cannot defeat the united will of the people. This is the result of your actions. You reap what you sow." Fang Yuan was silent. He started to bombard the rumor cage. But this immortal battlefield, before he understood the profundity of its operation, even if he used Luo Pasil, it would have little effect. It would be a waste of rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely trapped in an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield. My connection to him has already become very vague. It is about to be cut off. Shen Zongsheng muttered. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, the first supreme elder of a superforce, Shen clan. He cultivated sound path. When Fang Yuan went to Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, he unknowingly fell into his investigative method. Now, even though he was trapped in rumor cage, Shen Zongsheng could sense some of Fang Yuan's movements. Brother Zongsheng's investigative method is truly admirable. At the side, Song Qi Yuan's side. Back then, I was targeted by Brother Zongsheng relentlessly. I suffered a lot. Ha ha. Shen Zongsheng laughed. That was when we were young. Who asked you to sneak away and steal the inheritance? We spent so much effort, but ended up empty-handed. Fang Yuan taking action and obstructing the refinement path convention is within expectations. After all, he and the Celestial Court have a deep grudge. That's right, several years ago, he and the Celestial Court exposed each other in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wants to restore fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he will not let the Celestial Court succeed. If that happens, the Celestial Court will have too much of an advantage. The surrounding Gu immortals agreed. Some had cold expressions. They were unmoved. Looking at them, these Gu immortals were all rank 8. Song Qi Yuan, Qin Yuan, Shen Zongsheng, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and others. This was an unprecedented lineup. All right, isn't this a good situation? Fang Yuan is not a good person. If he and the Celestial Court fight, they will expend their energy. We will have fewer variables. Dragon Palace is nearby. There is no doubt about it. Shen Zongsheng had been walking in front, leading the way. As it turned out, Duke Long snatched the rank 8 immortal Gu house in Eastern Sea, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to lose face. Chapter 17:14. A group of Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals were flying in Central Continent's mountain range at a low altitude. After Duke Long snatched the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone immortal rank 8s allied together. It should be here. Shen Zongsheng suddenly stopped. He looked at the green mountain below him with a puzzled expression. This green mountain was very ordinary. It was inconspicuous among the surrounding mountains. Here, Hua Kai-yun frowned, shaking her head. I did not find anything strange. I feel that this mountain is different. Qing Yuan said, This is the place. Granny Rong said with certainty. The surrounding Gu immortals took a look at her. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu immortal. How could she have such high attainment in investigative methods? There is an illusion formation here. Song Chi Yuan's eyes shined with a crystal light. He said solemnly, But we do not have anyone who cultivates formation path. Hua Kaiyan said. Zhang Yin sneered. What are you hesitating for? Break the formation and enter. Earlier in Eastern Sea, because we were on guard and hindered each other, Duke Long succeeded. Now that we have an agreement, we will advance and retreat together. So what if Duke Long is lured out? Ha, that's right. Let's charge in. Song Chi Yuan laughed loudly, attacking immediately. Boom, boom, boom. A rank 8 Gu immortal's methods were extraordinary. After a series of explosions, the illusion formation shattered like glass, revealing the real scene. At the foot of the Green Mountain, there was a huge cave. There were natural dragon patterns in the cave. It was like a group of dragons dancing around, entangling with each other. The Eastern Sea immortals only took a glance before losing interest in the cave's dragon patterns. They flew into the cave and found a huge hole in the ground. They followed the hole and flew down. After passing a long underground tunnel, the immortals' vision cleared up. There is a natural earth trench below this cave. This is not a new earth trench. It should have existed for tens of thousands of years. Is Dragon Palace at the deepest part of this earth trench? Duke Long took the immortal Gu house. Why did he place it here? The Eastern Sea immortals discussed among themselves. The earth trench was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Compared to the earth trench, they were as small as mosquitoes, completely inconspicuous. Roar! Suddenly, a strong hurricane swept up from the depths of the earth trench. At the same time, the entire earth trench shook violently, and rocks fell from the cliffs of the earth trench. The expressions of the Eastern Sea immortals changed. They all felt a strong sense of threat. The tremor left as quickly as it came. After a dozen breaths, the entire earth trench became peaceful again. What's down there? No matter what it is, to be able to make so many of us sense danger, it's definitely not simple. I want to see what Duke Long is up to. The Eastern Sea immortals were about to move deeper into Earth Trench, but suddenly, Earth Trench flickered with bright lights, a super immortal formation appeared and enveloped all the Gu immortals. So there was an ambush. What a powerful immortal array. Who is it? An old central continent, rank 8, Gu immortal appeared in front of the Eastern Sea immortals. He wore a gray robe. His entire body was shrouded in a deep sense of sorrow. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized this old central continent rank 8. Oh, you are Wind Cloud Manor's Old Man Beifeng? Old Man Beifeng sighed. That is me. Fellow immortals coming together to attack the hidden dragon cave is not a wise move. With me here, no matter what you want, you will not be able to succeed. Hidden Dragon Cave. This is Hidden Dragon Cave. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals were shocked. Hidden Dragon Cave imprisoned the legendary, immemorial, desolate beast Di Zongxing. It was known to everyone, but its exact location was not exposed. Old Man Beifeng could have become a member of the Celestial Court, but because of his grandson Feng Chanzi's mistake, Old Man Beifeng took the blame. The two of them guarded Di Zongxing together in Hidden Dragon Cave. Because of some reason, Duke Long placed the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals searched for clues and found their way to Hidden Dragon Cave. Boom! Old Man Beifeng's body shook as he activated the Super Immortal Formation. This Super Immortal Formation could imprison Di Zongxing. It naturally had great power. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals were swept away by the immortal formation's power, their vision blurred. When they looked again, they saw that the immortals were separated and sent to a certain formation space. At the next moment, the Eastern Sea immortals attacked the surrounding battle. A battle between rank 8s unfolded. At the same time, immortals appeared all over Central Continent. Mountain Tortoise Valley. The valley was huge. The mountain walls were steep and almost vertical. Demonic Path Goo Immortal 9, Ghost Finger snuck here. He looked at the mountain tortoises in the valley with a greedy gaze. There were many mountain tortoises. They covered the entire mountain. Among them were many huge, desolate beast mountain tortoises. Mountain tortoises are rare in Eastern Sea, but they are common in southern border and Central Continent. This mountain tortoise valley is the largest mountain tortoise breeding ground in Central Continent. He he he. 9 Ghost Finger laughed smugly. This was originally a resource point controlled by Spirit Butterfly Valley, one of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, the Goo immortals guarding this place were sent away to protect the venue of a refinement path convention. However, even though they left behind a warning method. 9 Ghost Finger did not enter rashly. He investigated for a while and found some clues. This was an immortal killer move. It was of Earth Path. Let me deduce how to break this. 9 Ghost Finger's eyes shined with bright light. His 10 fingers moved rapidly as he deduced. The shadows of his fingers flew about, both real and fake. Originally, there were 10 shadows of fingers, but they gradually shrank to 9 shadows of fingers. 9 Ghost Fingers' Wisdom Path inheritance was such a unique sight. The missing finger was one of them. It represented the vague, heavenly secret. 9 Ghost Finger only cultivated Wisdom Path on the side. He mainly cultivated Soul Path. As his fingers danced in the air, he muttered something under his breath. As he deduced, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, on the Moonlight Mound that was 108,000 kilometers away, a fierce battle had already begun. Rank 7 lone immortal Xie Bao Shu floated in the air. With an imposing aura, he bombarded Moonlight Mound continuously. He wore a blue robe. He had a handsome face and was gentle like jade. He had the appearance of a noble young master. Meanwhile, his opponent, the female immortal guarding Moonlight Mound, was in a sorry state. She said angrily, "Xie Bao Shu, you are a famous lone immortal in Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world. You actually dare to commit such a demonic act and rob my Moonlight Mound. If you have the ability, go rob the 10 great ancient sects. We are both lone cultivators, yet you are making things difficult for each other. Back then, I bought your year Goo and took care of your business." Xie Bao Shu sighed. "Fairy Moonlight, unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not want to use such a method. My year Goo business exists only in name. The only way is to change it. If you can give me half of the moonlight mushrooms, I will leave without a second word." The Central Continent female immortal was about to cough blood from anger. "These moonlight mushrooms are the result of my hard work and effort. I nurtured them for 30 years. You want to take half of them right away? Wishful thinking. Even if I cannot defeat you today, I will not give the moonlight mushrooms to you. Before I escape, I will destroy this entire Moonlight Mound." "Can you destroy it?" Suddenly, a soft voice resounded behind the Central Continent female immortal. An ambush! The female immortal was shocked. Someone had actually snuck up behind her without her noticing. "Who is it?" The female immortal wanted to turn around, but at the next moment, her vision turned black as she fainted. Yu Xianzi stood at the top of Moonlight Mound, looking at the fainted Central Continent female immortal. Before looking at Xie Bao Shu in the air, he grinned. Yu Xianzi cultivated Theft Path. He was the Goo immortal most skilled in collecting Earth Trench Black Oil in Eastern Sea. He had an ugly appearance and a wretched aura, but he was very close to Xie Baoshu. They were good friends. Xie Baoshu came to Central Continent to obtain resources. Yu Xianzi had to help him. Inside Rumor Cage, Fang Yuan shouted as he used the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. The flood dragons soared into the sky and tangled together with the thousands of silver-white tigers. At once dragons and tigers fought. Silver light shone in the eyes as killing intent surged. After a few breaths of time, the dragon group shrunk. They were not the tigers' match. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He continued to use Myriad Dragon to support the situation. Lord Zhou Xiong Xian's methods are truly amazing. The most amazing thing is that these three moves can be used together. Rumor Cage, rumors are fearsome, and three people become tigers. They get stronger as they fight. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, he is in a desperate situation now. He cannot escape. The three Central Continent rank 8s had been watching from the sidelines, watching from a corner. Just Zhou Xiong Xian alone was able to suppress Fang Yuan. Any one of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals was an expert with outstanding talent and shocking talent. Honestly speaking, my battle strength is only at rank 8 upper stage. I am inferior to Li Huang. But with the advantage of Information Path and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's killer move as a foundation, I can borrow the power of Central Continent's millions of people. My battle strength will continue to grow. As long as the situation continues, Fang Yuan will definitely be exhausted to death. Even though Zhou Xiong Xian had the upper hand, he was not careless for a moment. Even though he had just woken up, his abundant information gave him a deep understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strength, Fang Yuan's craftiness, and Fang Yuan's threat were deeply engraved in Zhou Xiong Xian's mind. Information Path and Human Path. Celestial Court truly has deep foundations. Just by restraining themselves a little, they are already making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiong Xian as he sighed internally. The enemy in front of him did not have any flaws. He was extremely vigilant against Fang Yuan. He was extremely skilled in investigation. He was extremely sensitive to even the slightest movement. This caused many of Fang Yuan's tactical plans to fail. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 for a short period of time, he relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luo Seal, and other profound methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Previously, in the 5 regional walls, in the 5 regional mountain range, or in the River of Time, Fang Yuan made use of geographical advantages or borrowed the strength of others to greatly reduce the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. But now that he was deep in Central Continent and fought against a rank 8 expert, he was countered. In terms of Information Path, his attainment was too shallow. There was no need to mention Human Path. Forget it. Let's stop probing here. It is time to make use of geographical advantages. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile. At the next moment, he activated his ambush method. Rumble. A great formation suddenly rose outside the Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg. It was crushed by the terrifying power of the formation. Why is there a formation? The 4 Central Continent immortals were furious. Take a guess. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, turning into the immemorial year monkey. He jumped and arrived in front of Zhou Xiong Xian, his fist slamming down like a meteor. Rumor Cage broke. The backlash caused Zhou Xiong Xian to spit out blood. Time path methods were activated to slow the surrounding time. Zhou Xiong Xian could not dodge in time. He was hit by Fang Yuan's fist with a loud sound. He crashed to the ground. Quick, save Lord Zhou Xiong Xian. Attack together. The other 3 Gu immortals quickly pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered as the formation activated again, stalling the 3 rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Fang Yuan's huge body landed in front of Zhou Xiong Xian, who was like a toy. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held by the giant ape Fang Yuan. The blades, which were dozens of feet long, were first deeply inserted into the ground on both sides. Next, the huge scissors gathered together. In front of the sharp scissors, the thick ground was as fragile as tofu. Crack! With a soft sound, the huge scissors finally gathered. The two halves of the scissors fused together. Blood splattered. Zhou Xiongxian's head drew an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a loud sound. Chapter 17:15. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious goo immortal. More than half of them were lost. The immortal formation at the Red River Beach was destroyed. The red fire rocks inside were all plundered by 3 goo immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of Falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Myrtle sat in the celestial court looking at the situation of Central Continent. As the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, led by the leaders of the Celestial Court, had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now, it was being robbed by thieves from all over. The place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter. So, what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment, Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger. Fang Yuan has escaped our 3 Central Continent rank 8s, are all injured. Senior Zhou Xiongxian was killed by Fang Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering. Zhou Xiongxian and the others were specially arranged to deal with Fang Yuan. Among them, Zhou Xiongxian was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Fang Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated. There must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Here. Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path goo worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed, because other than Zhou Xiongxian, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke. I thought that Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil to kill Senior Zhou Xiongxian. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors' killer move. According to this battle report, Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Fang Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Fang Yuan became a goo immortal? In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye, he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once, Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle. His tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan rose up rapidly. Other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He has Spring Autumn Cicada. He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment. That is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, how many benefits did Fang Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Fang Yuan. There is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Fang Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Fang Yuan, we are also fighting against the forces around him. There are many immortal venerables and demon venerables among them. They allowed Fang Yuan to grow to his current level. Fairy Myrtle had an ashamed expression. I heard this news. My heart was shaken. Thank you, Lord Duke Long, for your consolation. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am not consoling you. I am merely stating a fact. However, even though Fang Yuan has peak rank 8 battle strength, as long as he is not rank 9, he cannot overturn our celestial court. Zhou Xiong Xian's death is clear in the battle report. It was because Fang Yuan activated the immortal formation and destroyed Rumor Cage. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. He purposely stalled for time, causing Rumor Cage to become stronger and stronger due to the support of Central Continent's people. It greatly surpassed its original power. After Fang Yuan destroyed the Rumor Cage, Zhou Xiong Xian's backlash became extremely strong. It surpassed his limits. He was heavily injured on the spot. Even though the other 3 rank 8s tried to save him, Fang Yuan was already prepared. He used the formation to disrupt their reinforcements. He suddenly turned into an ancient year monkey. His battle strength rose to peak rank 8, catching the 3 immortals off guard. He killed Zhou Xiong Xian. Fang Yuan had been feigning weakness. He used Rumor Cage to harm our Gu immortals. Even though Zhou Xiong Xian was vigilant, he still fell for Fang Yuan's tricks. Actually, if they fought openly, even if Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, he would not be able to kill Zhou Xiong Xian. The subsequent battle proved this. Our 3 rank 8s supported each other and retreated together. Fang Yuan could not stop them. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Duke Long's analysis was exactly what she was thinking. She agreed. There is no strongest immortal Gu. There is only the strongest Gu immortal. Fang Yuan is well developed. He has great strength, and more terrifyingly, he is crafty and ruthless. He often has extraordinary battle achievements. Right now, he has peak rank 8 battle strength. Our previous arrangements have been disrupted by him. Should we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan? Duke Long shook his head. Li Huang still needs to defend the Refinement Path Convention. Repairing fate is the center of the situation. We cannot send anyone away during this period. If we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan, not to mention that Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, even if his teleportation method fails, and he gets pestered by Li Huang, that is something Fang Yuan would like to see. Fang Yuan wants to deal with us and destroy Fate Gu's repair. Don't tell me the others don't want to as well. We cannot lose our footing now. Yes, Lord Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle had already calmed down. Even though Duke Long was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he presided over the Celestial Court. He had an extraordinary presence. He was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens. He controlled the situation steadily. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even if he was a pseudo-immortal venerable and had the same battle strength as Duke Long, what could he do? Duke Long believed that with Celestial Court's foundation, they could definitely ensure the repair of Fate Gu, no matter how much Fang Yuan jumped around. As long as he was not a rank 9 venerable, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Duke Long was most concerned about the Refinement Path Convention's progress. He looked at another person in the hall, asking, Lord Zheng Yuan, how is the activation of Enemy Hatred United going? The person being asked was an old man. He had many age spots and wrinkles on his face. His body was thin and dry. He looked like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He was sitting on a stone bench. Because his back was hunched, it was as if his entire body was curled up. His breathing was very light. His aura was so weak that it would not be strange even if he died at the next moment. But his seniority was higher than Duke Long. He had a lot of seniority. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was a member of Celestial Court. He was Old Man Zheng Yuan. Because of the repair of Fate Gu, He had awakened from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Celestial Court only recruited rank 8 Gu immortals, and they were all elites and experts among rank 8s. But Old Man Zheng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. He was recognized by Celestial Court and was recruited. The main reason was that Old Man Zheng Yuan chose to cultivate a special path, human path. The concept of humanity had been put forward a long time ago. It came from the Ren ancestor, who was known to everyone. The legends of Ren Zhu left behind by the human ancestor could be said to be the largest, longest-lasting, and most unique inheritance in the history of the human race. The legends of Ren Zhu contain the profundities of human path. Many talented people read it and obtained some results. Often, these results had amazing effects and shocking power. Celestial Court had always thought of itself as the leader of humanity, the orthodox of human path. Celestial Court's accumulated human path methods were one of Duke Long's greatest reliance. Old Man Zheng Yuan replied with a weak aura. Back then, the 18-variant human demonic immortals attacked Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was invincible. The 18 demonic immortals lost miserably, but they were unwilling to accept it. They used demonic words to confuse the Immortal Venerable. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was troubled. He sat in the killing formation for 3 days and 3 nights. His thoughts were in a mess, and he could not control himself. After reading the legends of Ren Zhu, Immortal Venerable saw through the obstacles in his heart. He created countless living beings, people's united hearts, common hatred for a common enemy, and many other human path killer moves. I am only a key to activate the methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. I do not deserve the title Lord. Duke Long, you can call me by my name. Old Man Zheng Yuan was very humble. Right now, myriad living beings has already been activated. The killer move common hatred for a common enemy has also covered the whole of Central Continent. As long as the human will accumulates to a certain extent, we can use people's united hearts. Good. Duke Long smiled. That's good. With the common hatred for a common enemy, Central Continent's people will be united. They will be filled with righteous indignation and hatred. The Refinement Path Convention will definitely continue. Central Continent, Dharma Body Sect. This sect was created by Wind Cloud Manor's Supreme Elder Wu Fa. It was also the competition venue of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the qualifiers, those who could compete here were all experts in Gu refinement. There were thousands of Gu masters in the square. Each of them occupied an area and refined Gu. The whole square was covered in a thick layer of light. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Fa was personally guarding it, protecting everything. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were not Gu masters had already failed. Some had black faces. Some were in a worse state. Their hands were destroyed. Their chests were corroded. Bloody holes were formed. Gu refinement was a very dangerous process. If one was not careful, they would meet with a disaster. Another Gu master met with an accident while refining Gu. He fainted on the ground. The formation under the tiles of the square activated, teleporting this Gu master out of the square. Several healing Gu masters quickly gathered and treated him. It turned out that this person had made a mistake when handling the Gu materials. The poison in the Gu materials invaded his body, causing him to faint. Soon, he was treated properly and woke up. His life was spared. Even though you woke up, your limbs are sore and your mind is muddled. You cannot participate in the competition. The healing Gu master felt pity for him. This person was not weak. Many people thought highly of him. This person laughed. So what if I fail? According to the words of the superior immortals, even if I fail in the Refinement Path Convention, it is beneficial to Central Continent. It is beneficial to the righteous path. Those demonic immortals tried all ways to destroy our Refinement Path Convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting, participating in the refinement path convention, and allowing it to continue. That is the best revenge for them. Even though his tone was weak and powerless, his words were firm and intense, like swords colliding. Good man. The healing goo master beside him gave him a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are unworthy of being immortals. They have no compassion or benevolence. We need to resist to the end. We cannot let them get what they want. Right at this time, there was a change in the square. Two young goo masters stood up at the same time, holding goo worms in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi. He shouted, I succeeded. Good. Both of you succeeded at the same time. You are at the top of this round. According to what I said earlier, both of you can get a small prize that I left behind. Goo Immortal Wu Fa's voice came from the square. Everyone was envious. The two young goo masters looked at each other. They were not far from each other. One was at the center of the square, while the other was at the northeast corner. You two, report your names, Wu Fa said again. He did not show himself, but he had already observed these two winners. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These two young goo masters were handsome and had high cultivation level. I am Hong Yi. Hong Yi replied. I am Yi Fan. The other young man also spoke. Chapter 1716. White clouds flew around him. Winds howled in his ears. Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. He had paid a price in the battle with the 4 rank 8s earlier, especially at the end, when he killed Zhou Xiong Xian. The remaining 3 rank 8s decided to retreat. They cooperated and destroyed Fang Yuan's formation. This formation was not created by Fang Yuan. Shadow Sect had secretly combined the natural Dao marks of the surroundings to form a super formation. This super immortal formation had extraordinary power. It was similar to the one Fang Yuan used to harm Xia Cha's group. This immortal formation was usually concealed without any traces. Shadow Sect created it, so that when the time was right, it would provide Defy with a base of operations. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects each occupied an area. They occupied the most resources. The rest of the righteous path, lone immortals, and demonic immortals lived in the cracks of the 10 great ancient sections. But the sect system was not like the clan system. It was good at finding talents. Many cultivation geniuses did not lack talent. It was often because they did not have enough cultivation resources, they could not progress further. As time passed, these people naturally became enemies with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. There were many conflicts between them. Shadow Sect sensed this. They secretly contacted the Goo Immortals who were dissatisfied with the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They united and formed a very secretive Defy with a loose structure. Defy was similar to Zombie Alliance. It was a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. Shadow Sect had high hopes for Defy, but unfortunately, no matter how well it concealed itself, it was not Fairy Myrtle's match. Right now, Defy had already been destroyed. Fairy Myrtle had made great contributions here. She had completely wiped them out. Since Fang Yuan appeared and destroyed the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's competition locations, he had already considered the pursuit and encirclement of the Celestial Court. This superformation was his trump card. When he sensed something amiss, he escaped to this place without going anywhere else. When Zhou Xiong Xian used Rumor Cage to trap Fang Yuan, he was overjoyed, but he did not expect that he had already fallen into Fang Yuan's ambush. The super formation did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. When he activated it, Rumor Cage was cut off from the outside world. He forcefully destroyed this immortal battlefield. Next, the immortal formation blocked 3 rank 8s for a breath of time, giving Fang Yuan the chance to kill Zhou Xiong Xian. Finally, with the Immortal Formation's help, Fong Yuan fought against the remaining rank EOF, the 3 rank 8s of the immortal battlefield. Also, this immortal formation of the IMF of the 3 of Fong Yuan Fong of the immortal formation. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s saw this and attacked, destroying the immortal formation. But the immortal formation was like this. The stronger it was, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. Immortal killer moves were like this. The stronger they were, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. But thankfully, Fong Yuan was mentally prepared. He was completely different from Zhou Xiongxian, who was caught off guard. Fong Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield or an immortal formation to stop them. He could only let them escape. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be hard to kill them. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be difficult to kill them. Normally, Fong Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Normally, Fong Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. And when he transformed into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. When he turned into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. And when he transformed into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. In the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fong Yuan did not win or lose. In the contest for Dragon Palace, Fong Yuan lost. But after that, Heaven Form did not disappoint. It found the location of the crucial immortal goo in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. During this time, Fong Yuan also raised his transformation path, attainment level through the Dream Realm. Fong Yuan first used Familiar Face to disguise himself as another person and sneak into the Grotto Heaven. Next, he used theft path methods to steal all the immortal goo. Even though that Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was clear-headed, how could it be the crafty Fong Yuan's match? At this point, Fong Yuan had no more worries. He went out with a new identity and inherited the Beast Calamity True Inheritance. The pitiful Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was deceived by him. Even when the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was annexed, it did not discover Fong Yuan's true identity. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the key. On average, an earthly calamity could give a goo immortal 250 Dao marks, a heavenly tribulation 750, a grand tribulation 7,250, and a myriad tribulation even more at 86,750. Of course, this was the average. Sometimes calamities and tribulations were fierce. If the goo immortal could survive them, their gains would be much higher. Rank 7 goo immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years. Rank 7 goo immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a grand tribulation every 50 years. Rank 7 goo immortals faced a grand tribulation every 100 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a myriad tribulation every 100 years. A myriad tribulation gave over 80,000 Dao marks. A grand tribulation gave less than a fraction of the former. Rank 8 goo immortals could often suppress rank 7 goo immortals because the difference in Dao marks was too huge. The Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that Fong Yuan annexed had already gone through one grand tribulation. Even though the Grotto Heaven's original owner, Beast Calamity Immortal, died after passing the first grand tribulation, the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he left behind survived many more calamities and tribulations. It was not far from the second grand tribulation. That was to say, ignoring the other Dao marks in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there were over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan himself had close to 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Originally, he only had 50,000, but in the River of Time, he killed many rank 7 celestial court. After devouring a large number of immortal apertures, he obtained the Dao marks of many paths. Thus, after Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was a terrifying number. Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated transformation path had to go through at least 2 grand tribulations to obtain so many transformation path Dao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had gone through 2 grand tribulations. So was Duke Long. And when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, these transformation path Dao marks would turn into time path Dao marks. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan devoured Xia Cha's Grotto Heaven, he had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the River of Time, after killing the 3 Xuanzi and annexing their immortal apertures, he had over 100,000 time path Dao marks. 200,000 plus 100,000. When Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, he had over 300,000 time path Dao marks. What did that mean? Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated time path would have to go through the 3rd grand tribulation if they did not have any fortuitous encounters. And after going through the 3rd grand tribulation, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Of course, a rank 9 Gu venerable's Dao marks were not just 300,000. This was only the starting point of a venerable. Even so, Fang Yuan had already reached pseudo-immortal venerable level with just time path Dao marks. Together with rank 8 time path, immortal Gu, and many powerful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength naturally rose to the peak of rank 8. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Pasil, but could not break through Li Huang's verdant sun flame cloak. But now, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, he was looking forward to the clash between Spring Scissors and verdant sun flame cloak. But against Duke Long, it will be difficult. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. There were many factors that affected battle strength. Dao marks were one, immortal Gu were another, the immortal apertures foundation was another, and methods were another. Fang Yuan did not lack Dao marks. He had 3 time path immortal Gu, which was passable, but his immortal killer moves were lacking. Even though Spring Scissors and other methods had been modified many times and became stronger, the foundation was not changed. Back and forth, it was just these few moves. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan had seen his battle with Zishan Makoto. He knew that be it transformation path or chi path Dao marks, he had at least 300,000. Duke Long definitely had more rank 8 immortal Gu than Fang Yuan's 3-time path immortal Gu. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were plentiful and endless, especially killer moves like triple chi retraction. They were earth-shattering killer moves that were extremely difficult to defend against. All these factors created Duke Long's pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable, it was not so easy to reach the level of venerable. Precisely because of this, Duke Long was able to snatch Dragon Palace in front of almost all the Eastern Sea rank 8s. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Of course, he was also injured. Pseudo-immortal venerable was not an immortal venerable after all. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan did not lack confidence. He had always been very confident in himself. But the foundation of this confidence was that he knew himself. He was very clear about his own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan was wary of Duke Long. There was no helping it. He could not match him in battle strength. This people's accusation of the People's Human Path method is getting stronger. Even though I do not know much about human path, I can feel that something is amiss. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't forget, his wisdom path attainment was so deep that even Fairy Myrtle did not dare to underestimate him. The emotions of Wisdom Path Gu immortals were never groundless. They were always an indication of something. Just Yama Emperor's killer move cannot resolve people's accusation. The more I appear in Central Continent, the longer I stay, the stronger people's accusation gets. But now it has not been truly ignited. Even though there are many incidents in Central Continent, they are all small skirmishes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind. Soldiers are trained for a long time to be used in a single moment. It is time to let them out. Earlier, when fighting against Zhou Xiong Xin, Fang Yuan waited patiently for a while, but Duke Long did not appear. Now that the super immortal formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to fight Duke Long alone. Needless to say, Duke Long did not appear from start to finish, but he gave Fang Yuan an even greater threat. He forced Fang Yuan to conceal himself and shift the risk to him. Chapter 17:17. Central Continent. Carefree Island was floating in the sky. This was Mahayana Pavilion's territory. The Gu refinement competition was coming to an end. The 3 Gu immortals guarding Carefree Island also relaxed. One of them looked at the clouds outside the island, stretching his back. It is finally over. This refinement path convention is the most tiring one I have ever been in charge of. Haha, that's right. There is no helping it. That demon Fang Yuan caused too much trouble. Many people from other regions also have ulterior motives. Thankfully, the mission is over. I will treat you two to a drink. Oh, I have heard of your 9-flow jade wine for a long time. To think that I would be able to taste it today. Ha ha ha, you are too kind, too kind. The Gu immortal who was praised waved his hand, but his expression suddenly froze. Ugh, his face was filled with shock, and his body was as stiff as stone. He fell backward, and when he hit the ground, he was completely dead. Alert! Enemy attack! His soul has dissipated. The remaining 2 rank 7 Gu immortals turned pale, with fright, quickly activating their defensive methods. Next, they watched as the participating Gu masters fell to the ground one after another, dying on the spot. The 2 Gu immortals watched with bloodshot eyes. They were extremely furious. Just as they were about to succeed, they encountered a sneak attack. They are actually so cruel, attacking mortal Gu masters so ruthlessly. Quickly come out. Which demonic path scoundrel is it? Only knowing how to sneak attack. The 2 Gu immortals shouted. The competition was in chaos. People continued to fall to the ground. You want me to come out? Laughter could be heard. As you wish. While laughing, Ing Wuxia appeared. Demonic path cultivator. Die. The 2 Gu immortals gritted their teeth, charging over. Ing Wuxia stood on the spot, without moving. He looked at them with a mocking smile. The 2 Gu immortals were charging over when their expressions changed. Their speed fell rapidly. We were actually hit. Just now, what method is this? The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals fell to the ground, looking at Ing Wuxia getting closer. Ing Wuxia smiled, keeping the 3 Gu immortal corpses. Lord Sect Leader needs all of your immortal apertures. He turned around and took one last look at the entire arena. There was no one left standing, only a pile of corpses. After a moment, Ing Wuxia leisurely flew out of Carefree Island. The entire Carefree Island was deathly silent, without a single living being alive. At the same time, upstream a phosphorescent river, Hey Lulan roared, "A mere immortal array wants to stop me?" Her voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when her imposing aura rose explosively. It filled the heavens and the earth, and it radiated towards the surroundings and swept up a boundless storm. Boom! With a killer move, the defensive immortal formation that had reached its limit was completely destroyed. Pu. Several Gu immortals guarding this formation coughed out large amounts of blood. They suffered backlash. Hey Lulan laughed sinisterly. Layers of strength path phantoms appeared on her body, as she charged towards the Gu Immortals. 100-knot forest. Bai Ningbing stepped on the snow and walked leisurely. The originally lush bamboo forest had already been frozen by frost. It was like an insect in amber, motionless. The grass was also covered in snow. There was no sign of life left. In the competition arena, at the center of the bamboo forest, hundreds of mortal Gu masters were frozen into ice sculptures. None of them survived. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia had been cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They used Future Self Killer move to borrow the future state. Their battle strength rose sharply. They were elite rank 7 experts. Ordinary people were not their match. Seeing their results, Fang Yuan was quite happy. With the support of their future selves, the 3 of them finally advanced by leaps and bounds, gaining the qualifications to participate in the great battle. These 3 are all geniuses. They have outstanding talent. Once their battle strength rises, they will overshadow other Gu Immortals of the same level. Now, let's see how Celestial Court reacts. Celestial Court. A new battle report came. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. She ordered Celestial Court to pay a huge price to collect the Time Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. In the end, not only did she not restrict Fang Yuan's growth, even Fang Yuan's 3 subordinates had such strength now. The battle report was handed to Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the battle footage as his eyes shined with sharp light. He was deeply moved. Fairy Myrtle could not recognize it, but Duke Long could. He was silent for a while before saying, "What of Fang Yuan? I underestimated you." Fairy Myrtle was puzzled. "Lord Duke Long, why do you say that?" "The reason why their strength rose sharply is because of the killer move, Future Self," Duke Long said solemnly. "Future Self? This was created by my eldest disciple. Back then, he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth and lost his immortal venerable cultivation. To make up for it, he created the killer move Future Self." Duke Long answered. This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's expression that changed. She frowned as she said in disbelief, "I have checked Spectral Soul's memories. The Red Lotus True inheritance that he obtained definitely did not include Future Self. This means that Fang Yuan has already obtained a Red Lotus True inheritance. Otherwise, how did he do it with Future Self? We've already sealed off the River of Time." Duke Long shook his head. "There is no need to talk about this now. It seems that we need to pay close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. He might have some special methods in his hands." Duke Long did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Or rather, he did not dare to underestimate Red Lotus Demon Venerable. At once, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan felt heavy in their hearts. The shadow of Red Lotus Demon Venerable shrouded their hearts once again. But next, Fang Yuan did not show up again. Only Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia continued to attack. They won more than they lost, causing havoc in Central Continent. What is Fang Yuan doing? Is he secretly continuing, trying to make a big scene? Fang Yuan did not make a move. It was the Celestial Court's turn to feel uncomfortable. This threat was like a drawn bow. The arrow had yet to be released. It was very worrying. Fang Yuan was waiting, but he did not see Duke Long show up. The situation is getting more troublesome. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he felt something amiss. Duke Long still did not show up. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was repeatedly destroyed and sacrifices were made, it was still being carried out. Especially when the competition continued, there were fewer and fewer Gu Masters left. The locations of the competition also decreased. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had a clear increase in numbers and strength. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest started to move together. They could not do anything to the competition alone. Fang Yuan also did not see anyone from Longevity Heaven. On the eve of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Bing Sai Chuan contacted Fang Yuan. He wanted to work with him to destroy this refinement path convention and prevent Celestial Court from succeeding. But now, there was no news from Longevity Heaven. With just me and Shadow Sect, we cannot stop the competition, unless a stronger force intervenes. Fang Yuan was clear about this. Shadow Sect had indeed slaughtered many lives and obstructed the progress of the convention, but Duke Long did not budge. He continued to push the convention forward. If Duke Long did not show up, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions would be wary and not dare to make a move. This was Duke Long's wisdom. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to be the vanguard. But now, even though Fang Yuan's gains were glorious, the situation was still firmly in Duke Long's control. For Fang Yuan, Central Continent's situation had not opened up yet. What should he do? After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to change his strategy. He no longer ordered by Ning Bing and the rest to attack the competition venue. He changed his target to loot the resource points. Central Continent was rich in resources. They had a lot of reserves. Every time Bai Ning Bing and the rest looted a place, Fang Yuan would display the relevant video in jewel yellow skies for other Gu Immortals to watch. This strategy was not effective in the first few days. Even though Bai Ning Bing and the rest had great gains, it did not make Fang Yuan happy. But a few days later, more chaos began to occur. Northern Plains' lone immortal sleeping lady suddenly appeared and destroyed combat immortal sex formation, looting a resource point. 2 Gu Immortals suspected to be Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang attacked Colored Glass Mountain Range and exterminated a super force. 3 Gu Immortals belonging to the force died. The immemorial immortal materials that were being transported to Crane Gate's headquarters were attacked by a group of mysterious Gu Immortals along the way. The immemorial immortal materials were all looted. Another few days passed, and the chaos became more and more intense. Fire beacons were burning in all directions, and chaos was everywhere. All sorts of famous resource points were being looted or were about to be looted. Gu Immortals seemed to be active in every corner of Central Continent. Ha ha! The people's hearts are finally in chaos. Fang Yuan laughed heartily in secret. His plan was vicious. It played into other people's dark thoughts. If he instigated other forces or Gu Immortals to attack and destroy the Refinement Path Convention, they would hesitate and watch from the sidelines. But if he made them attack and loot some resource points to avoid a direct confrontation with the Celestial Court, it was not difficult for them to do so. At the same time, the looted resources would stimulate these Gu Immortals. They would become more daring and greedy. As for those Gu Immortals who were watching from the sidelines, how could they not be envious when they saw others looting so many resources? How could they not be frustrated? After all, many resources were taken by others. They would not have a share anymore. Fang Yuan's change of tactic showed great results. The whole of Central Continent fell into chaos. Gu Immortals from Western Desert, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains came one after another. Even some lone and demonic immortals of Central Continent were trying to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan, I will make you die a horrible death. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Duke Long sighed. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Even so, Duke Long did not change his original intention. He wanted to continue the Refinement Path Convention. Those competition locations were heavily guarded by a large number of Gu Immortals. Precisely because the Celestial Court gathered these forces, the resource points in the outside world had weak defenses. Others could sneak attack them again and again. It could be said that Fang Yuan was beating them at their own game. Using Duke Long's tactic as a foundation, he purposely changed his own tactic. Duke Long's determination did not waver. Even if Central Continent's situation was terrible, he would firmly guard the Refinement Path Convention. His tactic made Fang Yuan grit his teeth. He could not do anything about it. Duke Long did not change his tactic. He forced Fang Yuan to attack his own side. Fang Yuan would not attack rashly. He knew that he was not the Celestial Court's match. Moreover, the other forces had not appeared yet. If he attacked now, he would only become a stepping stone for them. Chapter 17:18. Central Continent, Earth Chi Stone Forest. Puff, puff, puff. Waves of surging earth energy gushed out from the cave in the stone forest. There were stone pillars of varying sizes. The small ones were like bamboo shoots, while the large ones were like ancient trees reaching into the sky. Western Desert Earth Path, Gu, Immortal Shur Gan Dang, sized up the Earth Chi Stone Forest with a complex expression. This Earth Chi Stone Forest produced a vast amount of Earth Path cultivation resources. Among them was round Kuan stone, which Shur Gan Dang desperately needed. Unfortunately, this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large quantities in jewel yellow skies. Because this place was controlled by one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they needed round Kuan stones internally. In jewel yellow skies, I did not hesitate to raise the price, but the Gu immortals here did not relent. They even made fun of me. Hee, now that I have destroyed this place and taken away all the round Kuan stones, I have taken revenge for that day. Shur Gan Dang breathed in deeply. His aura burst out and rushed to the sky. Immortal killer move, heavenly descent, 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, destroying the stone forest's formation. Most of the stone forest was crushed into pieces by the mountains. Shur Gan Dang did not feel any heartache. He breathed heavily as he rushed to the scene with a pale expression, sweeping all the round Kuan stones and other immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Central Continent, Spirit Marsh Spring. Which scoundrel dares to covet this place? I have already found you. Why aren't you showing yourself? The one guarding this place was Ancient Soul Sect's rank 7 Gu immortal expert, Yang Feng. He had a broad back and a thin waist. His whole body was emitting a valiant aura. He had short white hair. A pair of golden eyes flickered with a sharp light. He wore a martial outfit with a blue-silver belt around his waist. His calves and arms were covered in bright silver armor. Spirit Marsh Spring was not an ordinary resource. It was very unique. Ancient Soul Sect specially sent Yang Feng to guard it, not wanting to lose it. Under Yang Feng's shout, a Gu immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back, holding onto a walking stick as he hobbled over. Yang Feng snorted coldly. Old man, you are already so old, you should cherish the few days you have left. You're still so stubborn that you came here to court death? The elderly Gu immortal chuckled. I have no choice. I want to ask for some Spirit Lake Spring water. Yang Feng sneered. Even the great elders of the Ancient Soul Sect don't have enough spring water for their own use. How can I give it to you? The elderly Gu immortal sighed deeply. In that case, I will have to snatch it myself. Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly. Old man, you've got guts daring to attack me. What's your name? State your name. The elderly Gu immortal smiled, saying with deep meaning, I have already forgotten my name. However, most people call me Forgotten Taoist. You're the Forgotten Taoist. Yang Feng's body shook, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Then his expression froze. Wait, what did you say your name was? The elderly Gu immortal was silent. He stood on the spot and smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng had a dazed expression. He looked at the old Gu immortal and frowned deeply. Who are you? What are you doing here? A moment later, the Forgotten Taoist took away the Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng looked at his departing figure and reacted. Who are you? You're sneaking around. Stop right there. The Forgotten Taoist vanished. Yang Feng looked at the dried-up Spirit Lake. He was shocked and furious. He was filled with doubts. Damn it, who stole the Spirit Lake spring water? I was on guard. How did the other party do it? No, I need to report this to the sect. But at the next moment, Yang Feng was stunned. What did I do? Oh, right. I accepted the mission to guard this spirit lake spring. I cannot let outsiders succeed. Humph. With me here, I want to see who dares to court death. Central Continent, in a mountain range. After a battle, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects retreated with hatred. Remember this. Get lost, losers. Xiao Huqi sneered. He looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones. Veins could be seen all over his skin. He was Northern Plains Demonic Path, rank 7, Pai Shui Han. Not long ago, he and Xiao Huqi had their eyes on this resource. They worked together and chased away the Central Continent Gu immortals guarding this place. Only the two of them were left. The atmosphere became strange. Friend, how do you think we should split this resource? Xiao Huqi pretended to be polite. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. He said without hesitation, "You can get lost too." Xiao Huqi was stunned. He laughed from extreme anger. "I am a rank 7 expert of Western Deserts, Xiao Clan. Who are you? You are so short-sighted, but have such an arrogant personality. So much nonsense." Pai Shuihan had a disdainful expression as he attacked Xiao Huqi. Xiao Huqi's expression sank. He charged at Pai Shuihan without fear. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. Xiao Huqi could not hold on anymore. Right at this time, Xiao Shirang's figure appeared in the sky. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. He quickly gathered with Xiao Shirang to deal with Pai Shuihan. But a moment later, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang retreated in anger. Who in the world is this person? For this little bit of cultivation resources, he is fighting with no regard for his life. Xiao Huqi gritted his teeth. He was a brave person, a rank 7 expert of Western Deserts Superforce Xiao Clan, but he had seen Pai Shuihan's craziness in battle. He had been suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains Demonic Path Gu Immortal Pai Shuihan. Xiao Shirang said plainly. Xiao Huqi was stunned. So, he is a Northern Plains barbarian. No wonder. Forget it. Central Continent has so many resources, there is no need to fight with such a person. As time passed, the earth veins shook. The 5 regional walls continued to melt. The fusion of the earth veins caused a huge commotion in Central Continent, but it was far inferior to the plundering of Gu immortals. The vast Central Continent was a beautiful land, but now it was in a state of desolation. Fires were burning everywhere. Things like forgotten Taoists, who only took the resources, were still fine. But most of the Gu immortals acted like Shurgan Dang, directly destroying the resource points. Their intentions were very vicious. Several days later, Celestial Court. It's done. The accumulation of human will is enough. In the hall, Old Man Zheng Yuan suddenly spoke. Fairy Myrtle heard this and immediately let out a sigh of relief, her expression becoming more spirited. These last days, countless bad news had been coming. Central Continent suffered huge losses all over. Fairy Myrtle felt a lot of pressure. "Oh, then please go ahead." Duke Long's expression was still calm and indifferent. Old Man Zheng Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, people's united hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended. Not much was left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu immortals, Gu masters, and mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment. It was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. What does it mean? Such a mystical feeling. It feels like I am closely connected to the people around me. I can directly sense their thoughts. After the shock, people soon found out the profundity of people's united hearts. It could connect everyone together. They could understand each other's thoughts. Because of the fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred caused by the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future, There had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Who are you? Why do you have such terrifying evil intentions towards us? In a competition venue, a Northern Plains Goo immortal was discovered. He was like a torch in the darkness. His true thoughts could not be hidden. They were known by everyone. He had a handsome face. He wore a white robe. He was thin and had a scholarly aura. He was a Northern Plains rank 7 demonic path, Goo immortal, free scholar. Such an amazing human path killer move. Even with my disguise, I was still discovered. Free scholar suppressed his shock. He showed a sinister smile towards the people around him. Several rank 7 experts guarding this place appeared and surrounded Free Scholar. You disguised yourself and joined the Goo refinement competition to obtain success, Dow marks. Leave this place. We will not make things difficult for you if you leave voluntarily. The leading Goo immortal said. Free Scholar laughed. He said to the leader, So you were really here? I did not come here for nothing. His tone was filled with killing intent. The leading Goo immortal was puzzled. Who are you? What grudge do we have? Humph, so you have already forgotten. But I have not. Back then, you exterminated Chun tribe. Today, Chun tribe's descendant is here to take your life. Free Scholar erupted. He activated his killer move. It was his signature killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. An hour later, Free Scholar dragged his crippled body as he flew into the sky with tears in his eyes. No one was left alive in the competition venue. At another competition venue. Friend, please come out for a chat. The defending Goo immortal said in a polite tone. He had a warm attitude. I was discovered. Southern border secluded immortal Zhengqing shook his head. He cooperated and walked out of the venue. I have no ill intentions. I just want to experience the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After all, this is likely to be the last one. Zhengqing smiled bitterly. He was a secluded cultivator of southern border. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance by chance. He did not have much enmity towards Central Continent. The defending Goo immortal nodded. Through people's united hearts, we can sense your intentions. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to continue participating in this year's competition. I understand. If you are interested, you can stay. We can have an exchange. No need. Zhengqing shook his head. He left quietly. Some caused a huge commotion, while others maintained a polite stance. But no matter what, people's united hearts was very profound. It could distinguish between friend and foe. The unstable factors hidden in the competition were all eliminated. Central Continent's side no longer had any internal worries. Duke Long was firm in his strategy. As time passed, the finals of this refinement path convention arrived. This is the final chance. Is no one making a move yet? What are they waiting for? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only watch as Celestial Court succeeded. But there was no news from Longevity Heaven. It is time. We need to make a move. At a certain corner of Central Continent, Wu Yong suddenly appeared. Behind him were many Southern Alliance Goo immortals. Wu Yong looked around. Everyone, the situation is like this. There is no need for me to say anything. We cannot let Fate Goo be completely repaired by Celestial Court. Otherwise, Celestial Court's advantage will be too huge. Follow me. Let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dow marks. We will make Celestial Court fail. Chapter 17:19. Oh no, Wu Yong is leading a large group of southern border Goo immortals. They have suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In the Celestial Court's hall, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she shouted, Oh, they finally appeared. Duke Long said plainly. He was still sitting at the main seat without any expression. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She frowned as she felt an unusual pressure. Because Southern Border's Goo immortals were very united this time, They were different from the other 4 regions, Gu immortals who spread out to cause chaos. And most importantly, their target was very important. It was infallible blessed land. If infallible blessed land was taken down, it would be a terrible situation for Celestial Court, because they had paid such a huge price to forcefully hold the Refinement Path Convention. All of their gains would be intercepted by the deities of Southern Frontier. Don't be anxious. Infallible blessed land's location was leaked. This was one of the situations we predicted. We have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now, the initiative is still in our hands. We will proceed according to plan. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Myrtle respectfully acknowledged. She activated her method. The scene of infallible blessed land appeared in the hall. Next, she hesitated for a moment before secretly sending a message to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget, you have secretly cooperated with Celestial Court before. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received the message and sneered, disdain flashing in his heart. The great Ziwei, even a wisdom path grade expert, is only so scheming. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Myrtle's message. Almost all of his attention was concentrated on his killer move, immortal killer move, Unlimited Wind. A dark green gale suddenly rose and swept in all directions. Soon, the winds grew stronger, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar. It rumbled loudly as it charged forward with an imposing aura. Along the way, it uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. It had an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Seeing that the wind was approaching with malicious intent, the Celestial Court Gu immortals guarding the area had no choice but to sigh as they activated the super immortal formation. Creak, creak. The halo formed by the immortal formation was continuously crushed by the unlimited wind. Soon, it gave out creaking sounds that made one's scalp numb. Central Continent's Gu immortals quickly activated the immortal formation's methods, but all methods to weaken the unlimited wind had limited effect. It's useless. I have never used this move casually because it will consume over 10,000 of my wind path downmarks. However, with such a price, it will last for a long time. Only special methods can restrain it, Wu Yong said. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Such determination, such willpower. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei, who was far away in Heavenly Court, could only sigh deeply in her heart. Wu Yong paid such a price to use unlimited wind. It showed his unwavering determination and fighting spirit. Wu Yong was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and thin eyebrows. He gave off a sinister aura. Right now, he was at the front of the Immortals, standing proudly in the sky. He was the leader of the Immortals. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Fairy Myrtle engraved his appearance deep in her heart. She realized that she had still underestimated this person. Southern Border's Wu Yong, an ambitious and ruthless person. He had the valiant nature of Wu clan, but also the quality of enduring silently. When Wu Duxiu was in power, he did not have a reputation. He kept a low profile. Even Wu Duxiu looked down on him. Only at the moment of her death did she understand her own son's methods. When he first took over, Southern Border was in chaos. They pressured Wu clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, taking back the deities of Southern Frontier's immortal Gu and returning them all. This gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan in Five Elements mountain range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Wei-yin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing Fate Gu. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was. He could not let Celestial Court have the complete fate Immortal Gu again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried many methods, but had little effect. This move was very powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card, but this was the first time it was used in public, not just Celestial Court's side. Even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind. Their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand. "Everyone, it is time to use your lives. Follow me in." The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals became nervous. "They are in. Quick, activate the second layer formation." The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene before them change drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd. He had a powerful aura. He was a pillar of Tai clan. His name was Taigon Gu. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him. Countless golden halberds condensed. "Go!" Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Taigon Gu was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert. Rank 8 Gu, Immortal Chi Chu, you stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack, Chi Chu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain. As rank 7 Gu Immortal Shang Ke stepped forward, he stretched out his hand. A hole suddenly appeared in his palm. A strong suction force burst out and sucked in a lot of the flower rain. Ihei Ting shouted as countless blue lightning arcs appeared, helping Taigon Gu to hold on. Meanwhile, rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Lu Pei stood behind Chi Chuyu, placing one hand on Chi Chuyu's back, activating Wisdom Path methods to greatly increase Chi Chuyu's deduction speed. After a while, Chi Chuyu suddenly made a move. Every skill had its own specialization. Under his method, the formation's operation slowed down. Even Gu Immortals who did not cultivate Formation Path could see the flaws clearly. Boom, boom, boom. Southern Borders, Gu Immortals did not intend to hold back. They immediately attacked. Several powerful killer moves landed and broke the second formation. The deities of Southern Frontier entered the third formation. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were shaken. With Chi Chuyu here, what formation can stop us? Wu Yong laughed loudly. The other immortals also had high morale. Chi Chuyu smiled bitterly. "I have never used this deduction method because it expends my lifespan. But in this battle, I cannot hold back." The deities of Southern Frontiers, Gu Immortals, were shaken. Wu Yong looked at Chi Chuyu. Both saw the determination in each other's eyes. But soon, Chi Chuyu frowned. "I don't need to deduce this third formation. I can see it at a glance. This formation is very simple. The formation core is the tallest tree in the forest." The formation was easy to understand. It was intentionally created by the Celestial Court. It was much harder to destroy. That was because this forest was extraordinary, able to destroy the power of all killer moves. Each stalk was a holy burial wood, and the stalk in the center that acted as the eye of the formation was an immemorial desolate plant. The deities of Southern Frontier had to use their bodies to destroy these trees. However, among the trees, there were countless vines. These vines had great origins. They were not to be underestimated. Some were azure dragon vines, some were lightning twisting vines, and some were saw heart drilling vines. The foundation of the third formation was a formation created using the Tao marks of this forest. In order to break this formation, it would be futile to attack other places. They could only destroy this holy burial wood. The deities of southern frontier thought about it. They released the ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts from their immortal apertures. The beast groups charged into the forest, fighting with the vines as blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, more than half of the beast groups were sacrificed. The remaining beasts were confused in the forest. A small portion even started killing each other. The deities of southern frontiers' expressions were grim. So there was 7-star internal fighting grass planted here. It is enough to make the ancient desolate beasts kill each other. Even though the immemorial desolate beasts are not affected by this internal fighting grass, they are obstructed by the beast vanishing chi. This beast vanishing chi contained dense poison path Tao marks. It had no effect on immortal plants, variant humans, and humans. It only affected the beasts' bodies. It could make the immemorial desolate beasts thin, their skin disintegrate, and their organs melt. The deities of southern frontiers' attempt failed. Wu Yong was about to summon clear jade, dripping, wind, tiny bamboo building, when someone stood up. "Let me do it." The immortals looked over. They saw that this Gu immortal had a smooth scalp without any hair. He had a muscular body. It was Ba Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, Ba Xiong. "Even though I am not a strength path Gu immortal, I cultivate transformation path. Let me charge in and destroy the holy burial wood. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength. Lord Yihao Fong, please reinforce me." Ba Xiong said indifferently. The immortals were slightly moved. Ba Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. Attacking now was extremely risky. If he was not careful, he would die. Yihao Fong looked at Ba Clan's first supreme elder. Ba Ba, seeing the latter nod, he attacked Ba Xiong. His reinforcement method was not only famous in southern border, it was even famous in the 5 regions. Ba Xiong immediately felt an incomparable strength flowing in his body. He shot out explosively, using his killer move to turn into a giant, cutting through all obstacles as he charged towards the center. Celestial Quartz Gu immortals naturally would not watch. They immediately used methods to stop him. Southern Border's Gu immortals quickly moved to protect Ba Xiong. Eventually, Ba Xiong was bathed in blood. His flesh was lacerated. Dozens of wounds were deep to the bone. He used all his strength to push down the holy burial wood at the center. In less than 15 minutes, Southern Border's Gu immortals had already broken through 3 formations. "I can only rely on you guys now." Ba Xiong's injuries were extremely heavy. He had already lost his battle strength. "Friend, you took the risk and fought to the death. No matter what the result is, you will be a great contributor to our Southern Alliance. You will be greatly rewarded when we return," Wu Yong said firmly. Ba Xiong laughed lightly. "I also saw the actions of Lord Wu Yong and Lord Chi Chuyu. I had the urge to fight. Celestial Court has too much influence. They have come to our southern border many times. If they completely repair fake Gu, wouldn't that be a problem?" "That makes sense." Wu Yong nodded slowly. He looked at the immortals around him. His confidence was 10 times greater than before. Chapter 17:20. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave, Formation. Myriad dragons flew, surrounding the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal Song Chi Yuan, forming a huge ball of dragons. These ancient poisonous dragons are clearly formed from the formation's power, but they are so agile, like they are real. Song Chi Yuan defended as he thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to kill these ancient poisonous dragons, but the problem was, after dealing with them, there would be other obstacles. The tens of thousands of ancient poisonous dragons were formed from the formation's power. Song Chi-yuan had to destroy this formation to target the core. Otherwise, even if he killed all of these ancient poisonous dragons, he would not be able to break out of the formation. It is a pity that my formation path attainment is too low. After fighting for so long, I have not found any flaws. Song Chi-yuan gritted his teeth. Immortal killer move, perfect round light. He activated his defensive method. His whole body was covered in a spherical light barrier. No matter how ferocious the ancient poisonous dragons were, they could not break this thin barrier. From this, it could be seen how deep Song Chi-yuan's foundation in light path was. Unfortunately, he was facing a super large array. What he needed was an understanding of the array Dao. There were many paths in the Gu Master world, like earlier when Fang Yuan was countered by Celestial Court's human path and information path methods. Song Chi-yuan was also suppressed by formation path. At his rank 8 cultivation level, Gu immortals could often comprehend other paths by analogy. Song Chi-yuan could also use light path methods to imitate the power of formation path. But he was facing a super immortal formation created by Celestial Court after paying a huge price. It was a formation that could seal the legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zongxing. Song Chi-yuan could not find any flaws. He could only defend and wait for reinforcements, waiting for a turning point. At the center of the formation, Old Man Beifeng controlled the super formation, monitoring the situation of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. A rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside him. He was a young man. It was Old Man Beifeng's grandson, Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi looked at the images in front of him as he said in joy, "Grandfather, this is great. These rank 8 Gu immortals are trapped. They cannot escape. We have made great contributions this time. We can definitely redeem ourselves. And let me leave this damned place. Grandpa, you can officially become a member of the Celestial Court." Old Man Beifeng shook his head slowly, his gaze extremely solemn. "Grandson, you have not truly seen the situation clearly. These rank 8 Gu immortals were not injured at all. Most of them were unscathed. These people did not see through the secret of the formation, so they temporarily chose to wait and see or wait for reinforcements. Once they see an opening, their attacks will definitely be earth-shattering and peerlessly terrifying." Feng Chanzi immediately panicked. Then what should we do? Grandpa, didn't we ask for help a long time ago? Why haven't the reinforcements from the Celestial Court arrived yet? Old Man Beifeng was silent for a while before saying, "How would we know what the Celestial Court is planning? The only thing we can do now is to defend to the death." As Old Man Beifeng finished speaking, the entire formation suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Did a rank 8 Gu immortal find a flaw in the formation? Feng Chanzi was shocked. "No, it's that evil dragon." Old Man Beifeng's expression also turned pale. Hidden Dragon Cave, Hidden Dragon Cave. It was famous in the world because it sealed the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Right now, Di Zongxing was struggling intensely, trying to turn around. Old Man Beifeng could not help but feel bitter inside. Di Zongxing was not ordinary. It was created from the resentment and hatred of countless living beings in Central Continent's earth veins. It was originally sealed and struggled constantly. If it succeeded, it could cause a large-scale earthquake. Old Man Beifeng guarded this place. One of the reasons was to prevent the evil dragon from causing earthquakes in Central Continent and destroying living beings. But now, Fang Yuan and the other 4 regions' Gu immortals were wreaking havoc in Central Continent. Countless living beings were killed. They accumulated a vast amount of resentment, hatred, fear, and other emotions. Di Zongxing absorbed these emotions. His strength began to rise rapidly. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals attacking the formation had attracted its attention. The crafty Di Zongxing had been restraining himself and accumulating strength. He suddenly exerted strength now, catching Old Man Beifeng off guard. After Old Man Beifong reacted, he quickly used the main force of the formation to suppress Di Zongxing. After Duke Long used this formation, its power had weakened by 30%. And now, my strength has risen by at least 50%. Old Man Beifong, if you escape now, you can still live. Otherwise, after I destroy this formation, I will tear you to pieces. Di Zongxing shouted. His voice rumbled like thunder, resounding in the huge earth trench. Don't even think about it. Old Man Beifeng's expression was grim. His fighting spirit did not waver. I found a flaw. In another formation space, Eastern Sea, rank 8 Gu Immortal Qinyu and opened his eyes wide. His aura erupted like a volcano. Immortal killer move, suppressing Mountain Egg. Boom. A gigantic mountain appeared out of thin air, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it smashed into the gap in the formation. Hidden Dragon Cave's super formation had already reached its limit when dealing with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals and Di Zongxing, now that it was attacked by Qinyu, and it snapped like a taut bough. Puff! The formation collapsed. Old Man Beifong suffered a backlash. He coughed out blood. His face was pale as paper. He was on the verge of death. Crack, crack. With a series of sounds like glass shattering, most of the immortal formation was destroyed. Only a small portion at the center was left. It was pitifully defending itself. The Eastern Sea Immortals' vision changed. They were released. I can sense that the rank 8 Immortal Gu House is at the center of the immortal formation. Shun Zongxing's eyes shined brightly. Charge in. Song Qiyuan laughed loudly, taking the lead. Qingyuan stayed behind. He was hurrying to heal himself. This time, he had broken through the array, and his injuries were not light. Because he was not a formation path Gu Immortal, he did not use formation path methods to solve the problem. It was like smashing a door with his fists. Di Zongxing shouted excitedly. His dragon roar was like thunder. His voice was so loud that the Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions changed. Quickly destroy the center. I am about to be free. Ha ha ha. Old Man Duke Long, when I come out, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I will eat you bit by bit. Di Zongxing's voice was filled with hatred and anger. The immortals present felt a chill. Grandfather, you need to pull yourself together. In the remnant formation center, Feng Chanzi hugged Old Man Beifong and cried. His body was shaking as he shouted, "Why haven't the Celestial Court's reinforcements arrived yet?" Old Man Beifong was still coughing out blood. There was already a pool of blood below him. The grandfather and grandson were in a desperate situation. Central Continent, Emperor City. This huge city was made of Gu worms. It was known as the largest mortal Gu house in the world. At the same time, it was the largest gathering place of mortals in Central Continent. The final round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would be held here. Feng Yuan was high in the sky. Layers of auspicious clouds surrounded him tightly. This was a luck path method that could conceal himself. Of course, other than that, there were more than 10 immortal moves that Feng Yuan used on himself. He was barely able to defend against people's accusation. After all, these were not human path methods. Feng Yuan was already very satisfied with their results. Right now, his gaze was fixed on Emperor City below him. No one else has made a move yet. There is no news from Longevity Heaven. Damn it! Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He did not know that deities of Southern Frontier had already gone to attack infallible blessed land. They were advancing rapidly. And in Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Immortals broke through the super formation. Only the core of the formation was left. I cannot let the Celestial Court repair fate. Gu completely. I will destroy this Emperor City and kill all the Gu Masters who are participating in the final round. Feng Yuan gave the order. An immortal Gu house charged down like a meteor. The immortal Gu house carried He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxia, and Qi clan's Gu immortals. It could be said that this was Fang Yuan's entire force. Who dares to attack me? I will kill all who come. Li Huang's voice resounded. He was the rank 8 leader who had been ordered to guard this place. Following his voice, immortal Gu houses appeared one after another, revolving around Emperor City, like stars revolving around the moon. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This immortal Gu house of mine was created by using by Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 heavenly palaces, as well as the immortal Gu house where heaven form is stored, as well as some Gu worms. I am afraid it is not the match of these immortal Gu houses. Even so, Fang Yuan did not give the order to retreat. He had already expected this situation, but there was no helping it. Time was pressing. He had to act. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. When Bai Ningbing and the rest could not hold on, he would go down personally. As expected, Bai Ningbing and the rest were attacked by many immortal Gu houses. They were at a disadvantage right from the start. Celestial Court was heavily guarded here. The defense was so tight that it was simply insane. A moment later, Bai Ningbing and the rest's immortal Gu houses were damaged beyond repair. They were on the verge of defeat. Fang Yuan sighed. He was about to go down when his expression froze. He looked in a different direction. Several rank 8 Gu immortals appeared. There were also several immortal Gu houses. These are Western Desert's rank 8 Gu immortals and the immortal Gu houses of superforces. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed a joyous expression. Celestial Court. The main forces of Western Desert and Southern Border have already appeared. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Actually, if not for the Earth Vein fusion, the regional wall would still be sturdy. My Celestial Court would not be attacked by such a large group. She was right. Precisely because they sensed the arrival of the Great Era, the Earth Veins of the 5 regions merged and the regional walls vanished. The other 4 regions felt an intense crisis. Central Continent was the strongest in terms of strength. It had been publicly recognized since the remote antiquity era. Right now, Celestial Court wanted to completely repair fake Gu. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The Gu immortals of the other 4 regions were forced to come and cause trouble. There is still the strongest force that has not appeared. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Only a few Northern Plains Gu immortals have appeared. The main force has not shown up yet. Fang Yuan has not appeared either. Considering the battle in the River of Time, he is likely to have teamed up with Bing Sai Chuan again. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the horizon. No need. They are already here. At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle looked in shock and anger at the sky above Celestial Court. A rainbow aurora appeared. Rank 8 immortal Gu house Calamity Luck altar shot out. These Northern Plains barbarians. They are so daring. How dare they invade my Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle's body was shaking from anger. Old Man Zheng Yuan was also dumbfounded. Chapter 17:21. Central Continent, Emperor City. This is the immortal Gu house that Master once mentioned. Yi Fan was in the final competition. He looked at the sky with a shocked expression. The other participating Gu masters were not much better off than him. These immortal Gu houses are the foundation of a superforce. To think that so many would appear at once. Even if the regional walls melt and the Earth Veins are unified during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there will not be such a huge battle. Yi Fan suddenly had a realization. At this time, a voice came from beside Yi Fan. Brother Yi, we can have a good contest now and determine who is stronger. Yi Fan turned his gaze away as he smiled, thinking, I received Master's orders to come to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. To think that I would meet such a genius. Even if I lose in the end, it will be a wonderful experience. Being able to have such a sworn brother is the greatest reward. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Hong Yi and Yi Fan had repeatedly emerged victorious in the previous competition and very naturally got to know each other. As they continued to communicate, the two of them began to appreciate each other. After a drinking contest, they became sworn brothers with different surnames. Hong Yi continued, "This refinement path convention is an unprecedented event. Let those Gu immortals fight in the sky. We need to do what we are supposed to do." "Thank you for your concern. I understand." Yi Fan understood Hong Yi's goodwill. After thanking him, he calmed his mind and started to focus on the final competition. Outside Emperor City, Central Continent's immortal Gu houses were distributed to the left and right of Emperor City, vaguely forming 3 layers of defense. Outside the defense line were Western Desert's rank 8s and several immortal Gu houses. The last one was controlled by Bai Ningbing, and the rest, it was an immortal Gu house that Fang Yuan had created. It had not even been named yet. Fang Yuan wanted to show himself, but since the Western Desert Gu immortals were here, he decided to observe for a while longer. Western Desert's Gu immortals flew along with the immortal Gu houses, closing the distance between them and Central Continent, giving the latter a huge mental pressure. Even Li Huang, who was at the center, was a little hesitant. Even he, with his rich combat experience, had never participated in a battle of this scale. Li Huang had participated in many chaotic battles between Gu immortals, but he had never seen so many immortal Gu houses fighting together. Immortal Gu houses were much rarer than Gu immortals. Normally speaking, very few Gu immortals owned them. Only superforces owned them. A Gu immortal alone could not have the wealth, energy, and ability to construct an immortal Gu house. Moreover, immortal Gu houses were not very practical for individual Gu immortals. For superforces, they usually needed a rank 7 immortal Gu house at some crucial juncture. It could act as a rank 8 battle strength. Rank 8 Gu immortals did not appear continuously. Many first supreme elders of superforces only had rank 7 cultivation level. At this time, the rank 7 immortal Gu house could suppress the situation. Immortal Gu houses naturally had their flaws. For example, their methods were fixed and could be easily countered. Thus, even though many rank 7 immortal Gu houses could resist rank 8 Gu immortals, they could not truly match a rank 8 Gu immortal. Right now, the immortal Gu houses participating in the battle were at least rank 7. They could erupt with rank 8 battle strength. From a certain perspective, this was an intense battle involving more than 10 rank 8 battle strength experts. Both sides were hesitant, but this battle had no choice but to fight. The atmosphere became heavier. When the distance between the two sides shrunk to a certain limit, an immortal Gu house in Central Continent's second defensive line attacked. This immortal Gu house was small and exquisite. It was a pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams of the pavilion. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was one of the 5 immortal Gu houses of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Canary Pavilion. A large number of bird cages were opened in Canary Pavilion. Small birds with fiery red feathers flew out like a rain of fire. Halfway through their flight, these birds expanded and returned to their original size. These birds were as large as carriages, their bodies were red, and their feathers were covered in flames. They were extremely hot. Their eyes were like flowing lava. The birds' cries were also quite peculiar, resembling the sound of flowing lava. Ancient desolate beast, molten flame bird. Be careful. These birds can self-detonate. They have incredible power. Among Western Desert's forces, a Gu immortal immediately warned. Fire path, ancient desolate beast. Haha, let us do it. Amidst the laughter, an immortal Gu house that looked like a water wheel rolled out on its own. The wheel suddenly shot out a huge red light. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten flame birds. The molten flame birds screamed and struggled, but most of them were suppressed by the red light. A small portion self-detonated. turning into lava that was absorbed by the red light, causing it to become stronger. What immortal goo house is this? Central Continent's side was shocked and uncertain. They did not expect the molten flame birds to be broken so easily. Western Desert's side was also shocked. Several rank 8 goo immortals paid attention to this strange immortal goo house. They did not have any information about it. Oh, Dong Clan's Red River Wheel? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This immortal goo house was unearthed by Dong Clan from a mysterious inheritance. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it had shown its unique brilliance. Normally speaking, if a super force wanted to research and construct an immortal goo house, the entire process would be very long. During this long process, a lot of information and clues would be revealed. Only this kind of immortal goo house that was suddenly obtained would be surprising. Dong Clan's goo immortals felt pleased. They had made the right decision to come here. They had obtained a batch of molten flame birds just after the battle. With these molten flame birds, the entire Red River Wheel's power would rise in all aspects, especially in terms of speed. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Fang Clan's goo immortals shouted from within the immortal goo house, releasing a large number of ancient desolate beasts. They were all dog and chicken type. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this immortal goo house. It was Fang Clan's chicken dog coop. 2 buildings were built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. Even though each immortal goo house took care of many aspects, they had their own specialties. Chicken dog coop and canary pavilion both focused on enslavement path. The former was good at enslaving chickens and dogs, while the latter was good at raising birds. Both were rank 7. They were at the same rank. Enslavement path's advantage was in battles of attrition. This large group of chickens and dogs charged over. Central Continent's outermost immortal goo houses reacted. They used all sorts of killer moves. The chickens and dogs wailed as they fell in large numbers. However, the Western Desert troops followed closely behind, charging forward to attack. At once, the immortal goo houses collided with each other, loud noises of collisions, and the sound of killer moves tearing through the air resounded, shaking the entire world. Western Desert's charge was very fierce. Central Continent's first layer of defense was soon broken. The second layer was also almost broken. They barely managed to hold on. Western Desert's manpower and immortal goo houses are still less than Central Continent's. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Eastern Sea. In Southern Border, there was the Southern Alliance. The cooperation between the superforces was getting closer. Right now, the whole of Southern Border was filled with beacon towers. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven as the leader, and in recent years, Longevity Heaven had been actively recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members, trying to unite the whole of Northern Plains' goo immortal world into one. In Eastern Sea, Duke Long had forcefully seized the immortal goo houses, causing all the rank 8 goo immortals in Eastern Sea to lose face. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were overlords of their own regions. They were people who looked down on the world. They had great ambitions. Duke Long had offended so many people at once, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to ally together. As for Western Desert, even though they realized the seriousness of the Celestial Court's restoration of fake goo, only the superforces were truly involved. Fang Yuan did not see any lone immortals or demonic path members of Western Desert, and in this battle, Western Desert's superforces have been very conservative in their input. Fang Clan has sent the most people. Fang Clan has brought Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bean Palace has been restored. Did they bring it here? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. Divine Bean Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house. If it was brought here, It would be very interesting. But Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was small. Because even if Divine Bean Palace was in Fang Clan's hands, there was a high chance that they would leave it in their headquarters. In this refinement path convention, even if Western Desert and Eastern Seas superforces mobilized their forces, they were rather conservative. They were wary of each other. Go this way. Fang Yuan looked down from above, commanding Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest moved their immortal goo houses. Following the route that Fang Yuan pointed out, they ingeniously passed through the second layer of defense, charging towards Emperor City under the immortals' shocked gazes. But Emperor City was still under the protection of Central Continent's third layer of defense. Two immortal goo houses charged towards Bai Ningbing, and the rest from the left and right. The palace on the left was grand and beautiful. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal goo house, Yuyang Palace. The manor on the right had an exquisite structure. It had white jade tiles and cold energy. It flew over with the roar of a dragon's soul. It was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal goo house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ningbing and the rest activated the killer moves of the immortal goo house, but these killer moves were not powerful. Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor directly broke them. They reached Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest knew that their immortal goo houses were weak. They had no choice but to retreat. We cannot retreat. A Western Desert rank 8 goo immortal shouted. If they retreated, the gap in the defensive line that they had created would be repaired. They would lose the opportunity. Retreat. Fang Yuan's order was direct. This immortal goo house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyang Palace's match. Fang Yuan had to preserve it. It would be a huge pity if it was destroyed at the start of the battle. However, that was not the truth. Fang Yuan could not retreat just because he wanted to. At the crucial moment, intense winds attacked, causing Bai Ningbing and the rest to stagnate. The one who attacked was a 7-story building. Curtains were fluttering in the air. Rank 7 immortal goo house. Wind-sweeping building. This building was one of the 2 signature immortal goo houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was on the same level as Passing Cloud Building. Wind Sweeping Building and Passing Cloud Building could be combined to form the rank 8 immortal goo house Wind Cloud Manor. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor had once been at the top of the ranking of immortal goo houses for a period of time. With Wind Sweeping Building's obstruction, Yuyang Palace moved even faster. It crashed into Fang Yuan's immortal goo house like a meteor. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also hit. In an instant, Fang Yuan's immortal goo house's roof tiles were blown away. The pillars toppled and a huge hole appeared. A vast number of mortal goo were destroyed. Several immortal goo were also lost. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly appeared. Yama Emperor Killer Move. Chapter 17:22. Boom. With a loud sound, heaven and earth changed. Wu Yong took the lead, leading the Southern Alliance Immortals to break the 5th formation and arrive at the 6th formation. In the 6th formation, it was pitch black with no end in sight. The deities of Southern Frontier were like ants in it. This is a space path formation. A Luo clan goo immortal suddenly spoke. He wore Southern Border's traditional clothing. His face was pale and his expression cold. He was a general of Luo clan, famous in Southern Border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran. He cultivated space path and had great attainment. That's right, this is a space path formation. Chi-Chu nodded. Let me deduce it first. The Immortals had no objections. After entering the formation, it was not wise to act rashly. The most reliable method was to let the formation path goo Immortals deduce the profundities of the formation and target its flaws. They would be able to achieve great results with half the effort. After deducing for a while, Chi-Chu said plainly, I have already deduced most of this formation. It is the spaceless formation. Luo Ran heard this and frowned. Even though I am not a formation path goo cultivator, I have heard of the spaceless formation long ago. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of space path. It was created in the remote antiquity era. No one knew who the creator was. This formation only has one ability. It is to expand the distance and lengthen the route. After entering the formation, one step can be 100 steps. Chi Chuyu smiled. Luo Ran is very knowledgeable. This is the spaceless formation. But this formation has already been modified. There is a layer of formation transformation hidden inside. Someone asked, "What transformation?" Chi Chuyu shook his head. "I cannot deduce it now. I can only sense it. But we can set off first. I can deduce it while we travel. According to the current situation, we can move forward freely. There is nothing wrong with it. The spaceless formation itself has no offensive power. It is only used to trap enemies and increase the distance between us, stalling for time. Give me some time. I will be able to deduce this layer of transformation and find the formation's flaws. If the celestial court attacks ahead of time, as long as we defend ourselves and let me see what kind of changes there are, it will be more helpful to my calculations." Chi Chuyu's suggestion was very good. The immortals immediately set off and chose to fly forward. The void space formation had no light. It was a patch of black and deep. The Southern Alliance immortals protected Chi Chuyu at the center, while Wu Yong walked at the front. "Look, there seems to be something ahead." Yao Clangu immortal, Yao Tian, Zhe suddenly spoke. The immortal slowed down and walked closer to take a closer look. A huge greenish-white radish, as big as a house, floated motionlessly in the air. "What is this?" "It seems to be a primordial immortal herb," Yao Tianzi asked. The others all frowned. The thing in front of them was not something that could be seen normally. Wu Yong remained silent. A light flashed through his mind, as if he had seen the records of this immortal plant somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it in his hurry. "If I am not wrong, this should be a profound ice-light radish. It is an immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era. It is already extinct. To think that the celestial court still held back." Qiao Zhikai said. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated wood path. Wu Yong's eyes shined. "That's right, this is a profound ice-light radish. Everyone, be careful, don't get close. Once we get close, this radish can shoot out countless ice rays that can pierce every inch of our skin and organs, freezing them to death instantly." Qiao Zhikai continued to explain. "Yes, don't underestimate the ice rays. They are formed from the ice and snow Dao marks on the profound ice-light radish. After the ice rays shoot out, the profound ice-light radish will no longer have any Dao marks on it. It will become a mortal material. Thus, this ice ray attack is not inferior to a rank 8 goo immortal's immortal killer move." When the immortals heard this, they could not help but take a few steps back and raise their guard. But right at this time, a change occurred. Ripples appeared in the air. The formation activated as a huge force of space path erupted on a southern border goo immortal. The southern border goo immortal had already activated his defensive method, but the space path force did not break his defense. Instead, it teleported him away. The teleportation point was not somewhere else. It was right in front of the profound ice-light radish. The profound ice-light radish was like a frightened little girl. Its body shrunk to 1/3 of its original size. Then, at the next moment, boom! Hundreds of millions of ice needles shot out in all directions like a vast expanse of white. The southern border goo immortal had already activated his strongest defensive method, but he only lasted for half a breath of time before he was pierced by the countless ice needles. Next, he froze into ice, becoming as hard as a stone statue. The southern border immortals were moved. the spaceless formation suddenly activated and teleported the goo immortal inside. This was clearly the change that Chi-Chu you had mentioned earlier, together with the immemorial ice light radish. It was a perfect combination. Wu Yong's face turned green. He led the Southern Alliance Immortals since the start of the battle. This was the first time he had lost a member. Someone had truly died. Wu Yong thought anxiously. He wanted to find a way to deal with this. But right at this time, a change occurred again. Ripples appeared in the air. A formless and formless space path power grabbed another Southern Alliance, goo immortal with great force. With me here, don't even think of using the same trick. At the crucial moment, Luo Ran shouted, activating an immortal goo. The immortal goo's power spread in all directions, causing the surrounding space to freeze like ice. The Southern Alliance Immortals felt a strong restriction, as if they were sealed in an ice coffin. Rank 7 Immortal Goo, suppress space. A Rank 7 Immortal Goo could not deal with this celestial court formation, but it was not without effect. Suppress space, Immortal Goo bought a few crucial seconds for the Southern Alliance Goo Immortal, allowing him to leave the area. The spatial ripples created by the formation were like a monster opening its mouth, but it could not catch anything. It could only vanish regretfully. Luo Ran dispelled suppress space, Immortal Goo's power. The Southern Alliance Immortals immediately felt the restriction disappear. They were free again. The situation was urgent. I suddenly activated suppress space, Immortal Goo. This goo has a wide range of attacks. I have implicated you all. Luo Ran quickly apologized. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Well done. This is suppress space, Immortal Goo. A good goo worm. It counters this formation. Chi-Chu nodded, showing a gratified expression. Luo Ran smiled. I obtained this goo from Earth Trench recently. To think that it could be used here. This shows that there is some form of providence in this world. All living beings in heaven and earth countered each other. There was never a strongest immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. Celestial Court created this spatial movement formation. It had several rank 7 immortal goo and a vast number of mortal goo, but it was countered by suppress space immortal goo. With suppress space immortal goo, the Southern Alliance Immortals no longer had to worry about entering the spatial movement formation. And because Celestial Court activated the formation, Chi-Chu-Yu's deductions were greatly improved. A moment later, Chi-Chu-Yu pointed out a loophole in the formation. He said to Wu Yong, Celestial Court's formation is vast and boundless. It will take a lot of effort to break it from the inside. If Lord Alliance Leader uses this loophole to draw the unlimited wind outside, it will be easy to break this formation from the outside. Wu Yong used this loophole and easily sensed the unlimited wind outside. Immediately, intense winds blew and broke this formation through the loophole. The Southern Alliance Goo Immortals returned to the outside world. After breaking 6 formations and only losing 1 person, the Southern Alliance Immortals had high morale. This battle made the person in charge of the formation frown deeply. He had a heavy heart. This person wore a green robe. He looked like a young scholar, but his gaze was very old. He was already several thousand years old. He was none other than a Woodpath rank 8 great expert, the former first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, the current generation Genesis Lotus inheritor, Chen-Yi. To think that the enemies were so fierce. Now, we only have 3 formations left. Chen-Yi pondered for a while before saying to the person beside him, Tsang Shui, why don't we join hands and fight outside? We can stall for time to set up the formation at the back. The female immortal beside him, by Tsang Shui, was a Goo immortal of Celestial Court. She had personally participated in the restoration of fate during the previous Refinement Path convention. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. The 2 walked out of the formation. Wu Yong and the rest were bombarding the 7th formation, attempting to break it. Chen-Yi cupped his fists at the Southern Border Immortals. Sages of Southern Border, I, Chun-Yi of Celestial Court, am here. Who dares to fight me alone? Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He waved his hand and let out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Rank 7 Gu immortals could not interfere in a battle between rank 8s, but if they entered the immortal Gu house, they would barely have the qualifications to fight. Ba clan's first supreme elder Ba Shi Ba laughed loudly. Old man Chun-Yi, it is not wise for you to come out of that tortoise shell. Let me fight you. Wait, don't fall for their trap. Let's attack together. Wu Yong sneered as he gave the order. If Wu Duxiu were here, she would accept Chun-Yi's challenge and attack alone. But Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu were two different kinds of people. How could an ambitious person like him give up on a chance to gang up on others? Immediately, Wu Yong took the lead. Several Southern Border rank 8s and rank 7 Gu immortals behind him charged forward with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Chun-Yi and Bai Tsang Shui were surrounded, but they did not panic. Bai Tsang Shui pushed with her palms. A huge pale, white wave pressed down from above. Wu Yong's body flickered, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as he vanished. Ba Shi Ba faced the huge wave and roared. His aura surged as a mystical light shined on the huge wave. Next, Yi Hao Feng's wings flapped. Countless feathers weaved into a rain of arrows, piercing the wave and shooting towards Bai Tsang Shui and Chun-Yi. Good timing. Chun-Yi smiled. He did not move at all, but the illusion of countless trees appeared around him. Yi Hao Feng's arrow rain shot deep into the forest, only causing the trees to shake and leaves to rustle. Chun-Yi's aura surged. He was about to counterattack when his expression changed. Wu Yong's figure appeared. He was behind Chun-Yi. He has such a concealment method. The invisible person I sensed was actually another illusion he left behind. Chun-Yi was shocked by Wu Yong's method. At the crucial moment, he did not even have time to turn around. Next, he felt his shoulder being patted by Wu Yong. You and I are like old friends, but you are leaving. We are about to part. Good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even though Chun-Yi had lived for thousands of years and had rich experiences, he was pale with fright. He screamed internally, "This is a mortal killer move. Farewell, friend Wind." My celestial court could not find it after searching for so long, but it was actually in Wu Yong's hands. Next, Chun-Yi lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. "Save me!" Chun-Yi screamed internally, but he could not shout. He could not move. He could not use any methods. Chapter 17:23. Celestial Court. The sky that was originally filled with white light was shining with 7-colored aurora lights. A huge immortal Gu house was floating in the sky. What an amazing immortal Gu house! It was a round altar with 3 floors. It was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar. The white jade railings were shining with aurora lights. It was the rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu House, Calamity Luck Altar. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal personally created it. It was one of the 3 immortal Gu houses he controlled. Calamity Luck Altar was originally the foundation to suppress Longevity Heaven, but this time, when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court, it was mobilized. Such a move showed Longevity Heaven's confidence in obtaining it. This made the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals somewhat worried. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn expression at this moment. However, his gaze was not focused on the Calamity Luck Altar, but on the rainbow-colored lights blossoming in the sky. Duke Long said solemnly, "With just Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals cannot break indirectly. This layer of 7-colored aurora lights is indeed rank 9. It should be the work of Giant Sun Immortal." Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle was stunned before a look of realization appeared on her face. According to Celestial Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal had once been invited to Celestial Court. Is this the method he secretly left behind? It should be, Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. This Giant Sun Immortal is truly crafty and crafty. He had long planned to scheme against Celestial Court. His scheme was so profound. The venerables of the past all had great wisdom. They cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal possesses luck path methods. He had left behind some clues in the dark. Even my Celestial Court did not know about it. Duke Long shook his head and sighed. His emotions were a little complicated. Back then, when Giant Sun became venerable, it was luck path that interfered with Fate Gu greatly. At that time, the leader of the Celestial Court, the Golden-Hooped Immortal, specially invited Giant Sun to visit the Celestial Court for the sake of the world. On the surface, he announced to the world that he wanted to invite Giant Sun to join the Celestial Court. After some consideration, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and entered the Celestial Court. The Golden-Hooped Great Immortal personally guided the Giant Sun Immortal. Along the way, he brought him to visit the important places in the Celestial Court, especially the place where the Wuji, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus Demon Venerables fought and stopped. Giant Sun Immortal suggested to go and see Fate Gu. Golden-Hooped Great Immortal did not refuse. He brought Giant Sun to Heaven Overseeing Tower to see Fate Gu. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent. Finally, when he left the Celestial Court, he said that he needed to consider the matter of joining the court. This experience, as well as the conversation between Giant Sun and the Golden-Hooped Great Immortal, was clearly recorded in the historical records of the Celestial Court. The power of rank 9 is unfathomable. Giant Sun Immortal tampered with it back then. It is not strange that we only discovered it now. After all, he cultivates luck path. Our Celestial Court has too little understanding of luck path. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even placed a spy in the Celestial Court. He is now trapped. Giant Sun Immortal has already died. Only Calamity Luck Altar and a group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to attack. How can our great Celestial Court be easily toppled? Old Man Zheng Yuan's voice resounded in the hall. Fairy Myrtle nodded, but her brows were still furrowed. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It was once Giant Sun Immortal's item. It is a pity that Princess Impatience did not join us this time. Otherwise, we would have learned of Longevity Heaven's plan in advance. More importantly, how many troops are hidden in Calamity Luck Altar? Wait, I don't think there are too many, because we did not receive any information regarding Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's sneak attack plan. Longevity Heaven was able to hide it so well. It is clearly very conservative. The information is limited to only a few people. Fairy Myrtle analyzed quickly. You are right. That is likely to be the case. Duke Long nodded slightly. Even though he stood up from his seat, his hands were behind his back. He did not go to battle. He was waiting for something. Almost at the next moment, the whole of the Celestial Court shook intensely. With a loud sound, it was like the roar of a gale. It swept through everyone's hearts. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Old Man Zheng Yuan were not surprised. They showed faint smiles on their faces. The killer move left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable has activated. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven were not surprised. This was already described in the information left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Even without Giant Sun Immortal's description, Longevity Heaven had several demon venerable true inheritances. Be it Reckless Savage or Limitless, they were both Northern Plainsmen. Longevity Heaven also had a lot of information about them attacking the Celestial Court. This is the Chi Wall killer move. The Chi Wall killer move is very ordinary, but Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable was very skilled in it when he was young. He loved it very much. When Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable became invincible in the world, this Chi Wall killer move also rose to rank 9 level. The Gu Immortals of Longevity, Heaven discussed as they controlled Calamity Luck Altar to bombard the surroundings. Ripples appeared in the surrounding air. It was like a formless fortress. Only when it was bombarded heavily would it explode and return to its original state. But soon, it condensed again, forming a formless giant wall. In the whole of the celestial court, all the air was condensed to resist the invasion of Longevity Heaven. But for the members of the celestial court, when they moved, the Chi Wall would return to its original state. There was no obstruction. After the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven tried for a while, they were secretly shocked. As expected of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, an ordinary Chi Wall killer move has rank 9 power in Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's hands. It is even sturdier than the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Then what do? 5 Elements Grandmaster's expression was unsightly. He was very worried. He had just joined Longevity Heaven not long ago. He had just learned that they were going to attack the Celestial Court a few days ago. 5 Elements Grandmaster's worry was reasonable because if they could not break this move, they would have to bombard the Chi Wall along the way. That way, the expenditure would be too high. They would probably not even reach Duke Long before their immortal essence would run dry and they would die of exhaustion. But it was too difficult to break this move. Firstly, this was a rank 9 killer move. They had to have methods of the same level to have a chance of breaking it. Rank 8 killer moves could only be effective if they were specifically countered. Secondly, after the world changed, Chi Path had been declining for a long time. In Longevity Heaven's group, none of them cultivated Chi Path. What should they do? Don't worry, we have a countermeasure. Even though this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, it has been through the vicissitudes of life. It has also withstood the attacks of 3 demon venerables. It already has a weakness. That's right. Back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus, 3 demon venerables, attacked Celestial Court, but they could not break this Chi Wall killer move. But they relied on their strength to break through. They created a total of 3 paths. These 3 paths are the weakest parts of the Chi Wall. They cannot be repaired. As long as we bombard a small part and enter one of these 3 paths, we can follow the path of a demon venerable and kill our way through. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief. So that's it. Next, he asked, then which path should we choose? At the same time, in Central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though the Chi Wall killer move is strong, it has been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven ambushed us, they must know the weakness of the Chi Wall. It is the path that the 3 demon venerables used before. Fairy Myrtle nodded, explaining with great familiarity. The path on the left was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It goes through Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The path in the center was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It goes through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. The path on the right is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's path of invasion. He first went through Lotus Immortal Pool, Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, then the 12 Spirit Entrances, Fire Separation Pavilion, Magnetic Star Ridge, Waterwood Qinghua Garden, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they choose a path, we will know which path they will take and set up our defenses. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. That's right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom, boom, boom. Calamity Luck Altar carried several goo immortals of longevity heaven and bombarded the path, finally entering the weak area of the Chi Wall. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt the pressure fall sharply. The Chi Wall only existed in name. The Celestial Court's goo immortals immediately noticed something. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They chose the left path. Chapter 1724. The left flank. This was the path that the limitless demonic lord had created in the Celestial Court 1,000,000 years ago. The starting point was the Central Heaven Gate, the Nameplate Palace, the Sun Palace, the Five Deity Palace, the Central Great Hall, the Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally the Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Celestial Court was illuminated by a brilliant light. There were many palaces, pavilions, terraces, and towers. It was beautiful and magnificent. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with a crushing momentum. The Celestial Court, which had been silent for countless years, finally welcomed the flames of war. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster looked down from above, constantly observing. He was tongue-tied. He was visibly moved. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined that all the buildings here are immortal goo houses. Even if most of them are rank 6 immortal goo houses, Celestial Court's foundation is too terrifying. Hanako, one of the North Desolation Immortals, giggled. Little 5, this is the Celestial Court. In the ancient era, it was created 3,000,000 years ago, and it had stood until today. Even though fake goo was damaged, it was still the #1 force in the world. With such accumulation, it's not strange for such a grand scene to exist. The layout of these palaces you see is the creation of the remote Antiquity-era Celestial Court's rank 8 refiner. After that, the Eagle God, Aunt Lan, Old Lord Huang Ting, Uncle Feng, Immortal Concubine Quan Niao, and others carried on the past and open up a path for the future. In this palace, all the immortal goo houses are one. They can support each other. At the same time, these palaces can also be dismantled and upgraded individually. It's very convenient. However, you don't have to overestimate the Celestial Court. These immortal goo house palaces are mostly rank 6, and most importantly, they only specialize in one aspect. They are not as comprehensive as the immortal goo houses of the outside world. 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded in understanding. I understand. If I want to take care of everything, I will need to expend even more immortal goo and a vast number of mortal goo. The Celestial Court thought highly of themselves. Other than the 3 demon lords who had attacked them, no one else had ever invaded them. Therefore, there was no need for them to invest so much into it. After all, these immortal goo house palaces stay in Celestial Court all year round and have no external use. Speaking up to this point, the 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly laughed out loud. I see. Our attack on the Celestial Court also caught them off guard. This was a loophole in their thinking. Interesting. Other than the 3 demon lords, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would attack the Celestial Court. Even if I die here, with this experience, my life will not be in vain. The 5 Elements Grandmaster was brimming with heroic spirit. He was naturally a Northern Plainsman. Even though he had been a rank 8 goo immortal for many years, the nature of Northern Plainsmen had never changed. The people of Northern Plains were proud of their bravery and ashamed of living an ignoble life. To them, dying on the battlefield was the greatest glory and destination. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward and finally reached Central Heaven Gate. This giant gate was as lofty as a small mountain. The golden glaze on the front of the gate shone brightly, and the gate pillars were tall and thick. The plaque on the gate shone with the light of precious jade. This is the Central Heaven Gate. This seems to be an information path. Immortal Goo House. The 5 elements Grandmaster looked around and pondered. That's right. The new members of the Celestial Court have always been elites from the 10 great ancient sections. These rank 8 elites have to pass the Central Heaven Gates test to enter the Celestial Court. The Bull Demon said. Central Heaven Gates entrance was tightly shut, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar's path. Central Great Hall. Duke Long asked. Central Heaven Gate is a rank 8 information path Immortal Goo House, but it is very weak in terms of offense and defense. It will not be able to stop us or delay us. How many golden pearls do we have left? Fairy Myrtle immediately answered. Only about 3,600. Duke Long nodded. Take them all out and send them over to assist Central Heaven Gate in defending. I believe Longevity, Heaven definitely has a backup plan for this attack. Northern Plainsmen are brave, but that does not mean they are reckless. We need to deal with the situation by staying calm and stall for time. As long as Fake Goo is repaired, all our efforts and sacrifices will be worth it. Yes, Lord. Fairy Myrtle received the order and immediately controlled Central Great Hall. Central Great Hall was the center of all the immortal Goo houses in Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle used Central Great Hall to open Celestial Court's treasury and take out all the golden pearls. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. The golden pearls rained down like a torrential rain, shining with golden light and shining brilliantly. Calamity Luck Altar crashed into Central Heaven Gate. Central Heaven Gate could not hold on any longer. Cracks started to spread on the door. The golden pearls hit Calamity Luck Altar, producing crisp sounds that lingered in the ears. Calamity Luck Altar did not move. There was not a single crack on it. The power of the golden pearls had just shown itself. The golden pearls turned into giant soldiers. They were all wearing armor that covered their entire bodies. It was pitch black under the helmets. Only 2 eyes could be seen, shining with dazzling golden light. They were holding weapons like axes, knives, forks, and so on. Soon, the golden pearl soldiers covered Calamity Luck Altar. Countless blades and spears slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Sparks flew. Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely in order to defend. Its immortal essence expenditure increased. What is this? Shock flashed across 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes. Each soldier has the strength of an ancient desolate beast, but they have no vitality. It seems to be an immortal killer move. These are golden pearls. During the medieval antiquity era, a metal path great expert appeared in Celestial Court. He was known as Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch. These golden pearls are his signature killer move, a unique method. Bull Demon said plainly. Flower Lady covered her mouth as she giggled. Celestial Court only sent these golden pearls. I did not see Duke Long or Fairy Myrtle. It seems that they want to defend and stall for time until Fake Goo is repaired. Bull Demon nodded. This is a wise tactic. Celestial Court might be huge, but there are only a few rank 8 Goo immortals who are awake. The battlefield outside is also diverting a lot of Celestial Court's battle strength. Then we need to hurry. Flower Lady's eyes shined brightly. Bull Demon said solemnly, "Let me do it." Saying so, he concentrated and started to manipulate Calamity Luck Altar. Bull Demon activated a method. Calamity Luck Altar shone with a dazzling radiance. Within the radiance, auspicious clouds appeared, pushing the golden pearl soldiers away. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar smashed through Central Heaven Gate. Longevity Heaven's group did not slaughter these golden pearl soldiers. They did not kill the Central Heaven Gate that was mostly destroyed. They continued to charge. This was a battle of offense and defense. It was also a battle of time. Since Celestial Court wanted to stall for time, Longevity Heaven's group naturally had to oppose them. They could not let Celestial Court get what they wanted. As they fought, even though there were Golden Pearl soldiers blocking them, they could not shake Calamity Luck Alter's momentum. Soon, Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals reached Name Plaque Palace. But what they saw was the scene of Name Plaque Palace flying far away. Celestial Court actually took the initiative to move this Name Plaque Palace away. Five Elements Grandmaster was joyful and suspicious. Bing Sai Chuan said solemnly, "This is also an information path, Immortal Goo House. There are name plaques inside that have people's names written on them. These people have formed a huge information network for Celestial Court that covers the whole 5 regions." Five Elements Grandmaster was surprised. "Doesn't that mean as long as we break into this place, we can expose Celestial Court's information network?" No wonder Celestial Court wants to move this palace at all costs. Five Elements Grandmaster felt it was a pity. Celestial Court's information network was extremely huge. It covered the whole of the 5 regions. Even though other forces tried to gather information outside the regions, in terms of scale and ability, they could not compare to Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the 10 great ancient sects as its subordinates. It had ruled Central Continent for countless years, thus it could always choose suitable people and nurture them into elites before sending them out on a large scale. As for the other 4 regions, Longevity Heaven and the Southern Alliance had only made a move recently. They were trying to take over their own regions. As for the other super clans, even if they sent people out, it was nothing compared to Celestial Court's actions. Forget it. It was within our expectations that the Nameplate Palace would fly away. Without its obstruction, we can save a lot of time. Let's continue. Bing Sai Chuan ordered. Sun Palace. Calamity Luck Alter soon arrived at the 3rd round. Sun Palace let out a hot radiance that forced people to close their eyes. The light in the vicinity of the palace was distorted. Waves of extreme heat surged over. Longevity Heaven's group was inside Calamity Luck Altar, but they could feel the intense heat burning their bodies and minds. The Immortals tried to activate Calamity Luck Altar, wanting to charge over. But before they got close, Calamity Luck Altar's surface started to melt. A vast number of mortal goo were burnt to ashes. Sun Palace was so strong that even Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. It was the light path that controlled the whole of Celestial Court. It had several light path rank 8s as the core. Its defense was very weak, even weaker than Central Heaven Gate, but Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. Boom, boom, boom. Calamity Luck Altar stayed in the air as killer moves were activated one after another, attacking Sun Palace from afar. But all the killer moves were melted by the endless light and heat waves when they reached Sun Palace. This round is going to be difficult. Unfortunately, we do not have light path or dark path people here. Five Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. "No worries," Bull Demon said. "Sun Palace is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As long as we get inside, we can easily destroy it." "Let me do it." "Okay, let's go together." Flower Lady was lying on his shoulder, giggling without a trace of nervousness. Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He knew how dangerous this was. The light outside was too intense. Without any defenses, even rank 8 Goo Immortals would not last long before melting like candles. "Isn't this too risky? We can think of other methods." Five Elements Grandmaster said after considering his tone. Bing Sichuan shook his head. "Speed is crucial in war. Go." He controlled Calamity Luck Altar to attack, opening a path for Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Bull, Demon, and Flower Lady flew out. With astonishing speed, they were about to enter Sun Palace. Wishful thinking. Fairy Myrtle, who was in Central Great Hall, snickered as Sun Palace's power surged. "Oh no!" Five Elements Grandmaster cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Flower Lady shouted as her tiny body jumped, turning into a pink light that blocked the light for Bull Demon. The ox demon let out a tragic roar as he smashed through the gates of the Sun Palace and charged in. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim as she said bitterly, "Sun Palace was also destroyed." As expected, after a dozen breaths of time, Sun Palace was destroyed. Without Sun Palace, the sky of Celestial Court turned dark. In the ruins, Bull Demon carried Flower Lady's corpse with both hands. His expression was cold as he returned to Calamity Luck Altar. Sun Palace was destroyed. Longevity Heaven's group also paid the price. Flower Lady was sacrificed. Looking at the silent ox demon, the five elements' great master wanted to comfort it. However, he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Bull, Demon, and Flower Lady were known as North Desolation Immortals. They were inseparable and had a close relationship. Right now, one was sacrificed while the other survived. This was a deep and painful feeling. Even though Flower Lady was dead, she had a smile on her face. Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady's corpse for a long time. She turned into countless flower petals that fell to the ground, leaving behind a small flower. Bull Demon placed this flower in his hair carefully. His actions were gentle. It was a stark contrast to his cold and tough appearance. "Continue." Bull Demon turned around and faced the front again. Meanwhile, Calamity Luck Altar continued to charge under Bing Sai Chuan's control. Chapter 1725. After Sun Palace was destroyed, Five Deity Hall was next. And after Five Deity Hall, it was the central Great Hall where Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and the rest were at. Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals attacked ferociously. They did not care about sacrifices. The Celestial Court's immortals felt pressure. "We cannot let them continue." Duke Long turned to look at Fairy Myrtle. "Have you brought them over?" Fairy Myrtle had an ugly expression. "Only two." Duke Long was slightly stunned before realizing, Tsang Xian Zi must have not moved. Forget it. Back then, he agreed to move into Celestial Court. He had already made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. With their strength, these two should be able to stop Calamity Luck Altar for a while. Five Deity Hall was already in sight. Suddenly, sand surged and formed into a huge sand wave, blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Roar. A tiger's roar shook heaven and earth. The sand wave split to two sides, revealing a huge striped tiger the size of a hill. The tiger's aura was overwhelming. Its body seemed to be made of metal. It had golden skin and silver teeth. Its eyes were like sparkling rubies, shining with a fierce light. The tiger's forehead did not have the word king, but the word sand. Five Elements Grandmaster looked back and was shocked. Celestial Court also has a legendary immemorial desolate beast. Of course. Bing Sai Chuan had a plain expression. Celestial Court has 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. This huge beast looks like a tiger, but it is not a tiger. It is a baleful puppet. This is a monster formed from a fiendish Qi Sea spring. Now, that Qi path is declining. The fiendish Qi Sea spring is extinct. There is only one baleful puppet left. During the Olden Antiquity era, Celestial Court's Qi Path Great Expert, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, nurtured it. After 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch became rank 8, he roamed the world searching for fiendish Qi Sea springs and refining baleful puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 baleful puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These baleful puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses. Almost no one could stop them in that era. But now, this is the only one left. This Shabi was one of the last few to be refined. It was number 95. Later on, Ancestor Giant Sun was invited to the Celestial Court and saw this Shabi. He named it Shabi 95. So there's such a connection. No wonder my lord is so familiar with these matters. 5 Elements Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh. He looked behind him, only to see Shabby 95 stirring up a storm of yellow sand as it fought against Calamity Luck Alter. The commotion was shocking. It displayed peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Saichuan continued to analyze. Shabby 95 is residing in the Eternal Sand Cave. It was sent here by the Celestial Court. The Green Jade Crane, Wandan, will probably come as well. I'm afraid Song Xian Zi won't participate in the battle. 5 Elements Grandmaster asked. Wandan and Song Xian Zi are the remaining 2 legendary primordial beasts. At the same time, he was perplexed. Why was Bing Saichuan so sure that Song Xian Zi would not participate in the battle? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had planted a spy here? Bing Saichuan said, "That's right. Wandan is an immemorial green jade crane. It was nurtured by Crane Gate. It created its own pill path and spends most of its time cultivating in the Celestial Court. And Song Xianzi is that vast heaven vine. This vine has vast power and endless uses. It takes 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit it bears is called the vast heaven fruit. When melted in the grotto heaven, it can enlarge the sky of the immortal aperture. Thus, the vast heaven vine is called the 10th heaven of the world. The 10th heaven of the world." 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. He suddenly realized as he pointed to his left, is that the huge vine pillar that stretches into the sky. The Celestial Court was filled with palaces. There was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth. It was even taller than the heaven-overseeing tower behind the central Great Hall. It was extremely conspicuous. When 5 Elements Grandmaster barged into the Celestial Court, he noticed it immediately. That's right. The vast heaven vine was personally brought here by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is a special existence in the Celestial Court. It does not need to listen to orders. It only needs to contribute a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. 5 Elements Grandmaster heard this and felt that his horizons were broadened. He had never thought that there would be a legendary, immemorial, desolate plant that did not need to listen to the Celestial Court. But after thinking about it, he understood. The vast heaven vine's effect was too unique. It was unique in the world. With these vast heaven fruits, the Celestial Court could continuously expand the sky of the immortal aperture. It could greatly strengthen its foundation. Rather than saying that the vast heaven vine did not need to listen to the Celestial Court, more accurately, the Celestial Court wanted to make use of it, so they tolerated it. At this moment, Central Great Hall. No, Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned. This Calamity Luck Alter is fake. Oh, Duke Long raised his eyebrows. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of Central Great Hall. She had been using layers of palaces and countless immortal goo houses to pay attention to Central Continent. She was naturally very vigilant towards the situation in the Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not be used. Fairy Myrtle activated the other immortal goo houses and shot out a rainbow light. The rainbow light tore through the sky and hit Calamity Luck Alter. Calamity Luck Alter was dazed for a moment before revealing its true form. This was a 4-legged monster with purple fur. Its body was huge. It was even larger than Shabby. It looked like a ferret. Its body was covered in glossy purple fur. Its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like luster. There was a dog tail behind it. Ah, you were finally discovered, you idiots of the Celestial Court. Ha ha ha. The purple ferret laughed loudly as it mocked. You are. Giant Sun Immortal's Dogtail Life Continuation Ferret. Mao Li Chio? Shabby 95 was very shocked. It spoke in a human voice. The purple ferret's expression turned grim. Its body moved like a purple lightning bolt. There was a loud bang. Sand flew. The dog-tail life extending ferret pressed down on Shabby. It bared its teeth with a ruthless expression as it said in a deep voice, Remember, call me Grandpa Mao. Shabby 95 was furious. It growled, "In terms of age, I am your grandpa." It struggled with all its might, but the dog-tail life extending ferret did not budge. Shabby 95's heart shook. How can this beast have such terrifying strength? But do you think I will be so easily restrained? Ha ha ha. Stupid cat and silly ferret, you are a good pair. You are having a good fight. Right at this time, laughter could be heard from the sky above the two beasts. The dog-tail life extending ferret raised its head. It saw that a goo immortal was sitting on a cloud, looking at it and Shabby as he laughed. The dog-tail life extending ferret's puzzled expression flashed for a moment before realization flashed in its eyes. So you are that green jade crane. Why are you acting like a bird? Come down. Grandpa Mao will teach you a lesson and make you become a bird again. The laughter stopped, and the green jade crane flew into a rage. What a ferret! Let me, your master, rip off your fur. Just as it was about to descend, the green jade crane's body stopped. It turned out that it had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's order to not fight with the dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, and to go to 5 Deity Hall to guard it. Even though the true Calamity Luck altar had not shown itself yet, its path was confirmed. The green jade crane received the order and was about to leave when a huge shadow suddenly shrouded the area in front of it. It raised its head, and its pupils shrunk. Mao Li Chiu had flown into the sky. Its mountain-like body compressed the air and pressed down on the green jade crane. The green jade crane screamed and quickly turned back to its original form. It flapped its wings and was about to escape the shadow. But at the next moment, Mao Li Chiu's 2 claws grabbed the green jade crane's legs. Come down. The dog-tail life extending ferret laughed sinisterly as it pulled with its strong front limbs. The green jade crane flapped its wings furiously, but it soon found out in despair that all its efforts were futile. With a loud sound, the green jade crane was thrown to the ground, creating a deep pit. The green jade crane's ears were buzzing. It exclaimed in its mind, "This Northern Plains barbarian has such great strength." The green jade crane struggled to get up, but Mao Li Chiu had already pounced on it again. Immediately, dust flew everywhere, rocks and rocks were sent flying. The green jade crane screamed continuously, "Ah, scoundrel, don't tear my feathers. Ah, wild beast, don't bite my leg. Don't slap my elegant neck. Bastard, my neck is going to break, it's going to break. Ah, my leg is going to break. My leg is going to break." Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bing Sai Chuan. Finally, the green jade crane's screams reached a peak. "Silly cat, what are you doing? Aren't you coming to help?" "Ha ha, weren't you enjoying the show earlier? You two can play slowly. I won't mess with you anymore." Shabby 95 laughed as it flew towards 5 Deity Palace. "Where are you going?" Mao Li Chiu sneered. Its body swayed as a clone flew out and pounced on Shabby 95. "We are all males. What are you trying to do by pouncing on us?" Shabby 95 was furious. This sentence resonated with the green jade crane. It screamed in the dust, "That's right. If you have the guts, let us go. Don't kick me between my legs. You scoundrel." Shabby 95 was very angry. It liked the action of pouncing on the ground, but it liked to be on the top. If it was on the bottom, it would be a great humiliation. Shabby 95 was pinned to the ground by Mao Li Chiu's clone. Its face was twisted in anger as it bared its teeth. "A mere clone wants to stop me. Aren't you underestimating? At the next moment, Shabby 95's expression was dazed. It even had a trace of shock. Is this the main body or a clone? Why is it so strong? In Central Great Hall, Duke Long noticed something. This seems to be because of Mao Li Chiu's full effort. Calamity Luck Alter managed to gain some time and arrived at 5 Deity Palace. I have already explained the profundities of 5 Deity Palace to you. The rest is up to you. Bing Sai Chuan said to Five Elements Grandmaster. Five Elements Grandmaster looked behind him worriedly. Can Grandpa Mao do it? How long can it last? Don't worry. It is using perfect pair killer move. This is a method of thieving heaven demon venerable that my longevity heaven painstakingly collected. It can summon a clone that has the same battle strength as the main body. Bing Sai Chuan's lips curled up. I understand. Five Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Five Deity Palace. Five Deity Palace shook intensely. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the five elements giant spirits formed and charged at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a profound light that shot Five Elements Grandmaster into Five Deity Palace. Chapter 1726. Bam, bam, bam. After a series of explosions, Five Deity Hall was blown to smithereens by the blazing flames. Five Elements Grandmaster stepped on the void, walking out step by step. Even though his face was covered in soot, he was unharmed. Calamity Luck Altar took him in. Five Elements Grandmaster smiled. Even though this Five Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am familiar with its principles. I can counter it with my methods. This trip was much easier than I had expected. As he spoke, a sense of contentment could be seen. Bing Sai Chuan glanced at him and said plainly, Of course. That is because the formation path method you used was set up by me. Ancestor Giant Sunday Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he stared at Bing Sai Chuan. What do you mean? Bing Sai Chuan looked at him. A smile with deep meaning appeared in his eyes. Why do you think you were able to enter longevity heaven? Aren't there a few most important sentences in your inheritance? Do you still remember them? Don't you find them very strange? Why don't you reverse the order and only read the last words of each sentence? Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He was a lone cultivator. The turning point of his life was when he inherited a mysterious lone immortal's formation path, true inheritance. That was why he had his current accomplishments. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I have been training hard and keeping it a secret. How did Bing Sai Chuan know the contents? And how did he know the most important mantra in the true inheritance? I have never understood the meaning of this mantra. Reverse the order and read the last words of each sentence. I heard Bing Sai Chuan attack the Celestial Court. Five Elements Grandmaster gasped, looking at Bing Sai Chuan with a dumbfounded expression. Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward as he said slowly, Even if rank 9 venerables do not cultivate wisdom path, at their level, they would be able to comprehend by analogy. It is not hard for them to leave behind all sorts of plans to influence the future. Back then, after Ancestor Giant Sun toured the Celestial Court, he made a plan for this attack. How to cleverly destroy Five Deity Hall was one of the contents. It's just that if he wanted to openly develop a method, he would definitely leave behind traces that would be discovered by the Celestial Court. Therefore, he secretly left behind his legacy, completely severing it from the longevity heaven. They would not interfere with each other and would be independent of each other, allowing rogue cultivators to inherit it, because you do not have Giant Sun's bloodline. Even though you cultivated to rank 8, the Celestial Court did not expect your methods to counter Five Deity Hall, and they won't easily associate it with our plan to raid the Celestial Court. Saying this, Bing Sai Chuan paused for a moment before continuing. Venerable One, this huge battle surrounding Fate Goo is far more complicated than you imagine. Ordinary rank 6 and 7 did not even have the qualifications to participate. Rank 8 Goo Immortals were basically pawns. Some of the rank 8s were watching from the side. They had sensed something and knew their own limits. Some are involved, but they don't know the real situation. The true face of this war is the fight between the immortal venerables and demon venerables. Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. He muttered, "Fighting across space, a fight between venerables." In the history of humanity, 10 venerables appeared one after another. Each venerable was invincible in their own era. They were at the peak of human history. They were the greatest pride. Bing Sai Chuan revealed the truth. Five Elements Grandmaster's body and mind shook intensely. He could not help but feel his own insignificance. His earlier pride and smugness had vanished without a trace. Bing Sai Chuan looked at Five Elements Grandmaster's shocked expression. He consoled, "But don't worry, among the venerables, Ancestor Giant Sun loved his descendants and subordinates the most. Lord Ancestor even had a nickname. He was known as the protective, immortal venerable. The venerables of the past have made arrangements. They want to use their influence at this crucial moment. But after being eroded by the river of time, most of these arrangements have already changed. Rank 9 venerables cannot calculate everything. They will make mistakes. Many arrangements have become completely different because of the vicissitudes of time. Most of these arrangements were discovered by venerables later on. They were modified. And after Genesis Lotus and Thieving Heaven, Ancestor Giant Sun is only followed by Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. The venerables who were at the back naturally had a greater advantage in this aspect. Our surprise attack on the heavenly courts this time was like a hot knife cutting through butter along the way. This shows the clues. Bing Sai Chuan's words caused Five Elements Grandmaster to be stunned. Bing Sai Chuan chuckled lightly. "So what can Duke Long do? Can he compare to Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements? You don't need to worry too much. You need to have confidence in winning. This time, my longevity heaven will definitely obtain fake goo." Obtain fake goo? At this moment, Five Elements Grandmaster finally understood why longevity heaven attacked Celestial Court. That's right. Bing Sai Chuan nodded, admitting it openly. There was no need to hide it now. Celestial Court came to snatch our fortune, rivaling heaven goo. Why can't we snatch their fake goo? Why is Celestial Court the #1 force of humanity? Among them, fake goo plays a crucial role. If our longevity heaven obtains it, we will definitely be able to become the #1 force of humanity. Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the approaching Calamity Luck altar with a solemn expression. "They are coming!" At the side, Old Man Zheng Yuan was also deeply worried. Even though Central Great Hall was the center of the immortal goo house, its defense was very weak. Who could have thought that the Central Great Hall of Celestial Court would be attacked by enemies? Even though this Central Great Hall had once been attacked by 3 demon venerables and was even destroyed, but Celestial Court's goo immortals concluded that they did not strengthen the defense. Because against venerables, no matter how strong Central Great Hall's defense was, it could not block them. There was no need to do so. Looking at it now, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal traveled Celestial Court, he had probably seen through this weakness. Longevity Heaven's sudden attack caught Celestial Court unprepared. Fairy Myrtle and the rest fell into a passive state. It seems that the true weakness is not the weakness in defense, but the weakness in thinking. Fairy Myrtle expressed her thoughts, but she suddenly went into a daze. "I seem to have missed out on something important. What is it? How much longer until fake goo is completely repaired?" Right at this time, Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle controlled Central Great Hall and understood the situation inside Refinement Cauldron's formation. Her mood became heavier as she answered. "At least 6 hours." 6 hours. Duke Long was slightly happy inwardly. "My lifespan is almost up, but heaven has taken pity on me. 6 hours is not a long time. I will be able to see fake goo completely repaired. Let me do the rest." Fairy Myrtle said worriedly. "Lord Duke Long, your injuries have not, even though Celestial Court tried their best to heal him, Duke Long's injuries were still there. This was the result of the joint attack of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo Immortals. Duke Long could not heal him in a short period of time. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am about to die. Some injuries do not matter. Moreover, I have the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand at the final moment of my life. Who in the 5 regions can match me? He had an indifferent expression, but he revealed absolute confidence and dominance. Calamity Luck Altar was like a giant beast as it charged towards Central Great Hall. The air was torn apart, intense winds howled. If it collided, Central Great Hall would definitely turn into ruins. But right at this time, a tiny figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of it. Duke Long. 5 Elements Grand Master shouted. Crush him. Bull Demon said. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar, which was like a small mountain, suddenly stopped in mid-air, and it was blocked by a dragon claw. Duke Long floated in the air. His body did not move. His right hand had already turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar, preventing it from advancing any further. This 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. Bull Devil's expression also turned pale. He actually managed to block Calamity Luck Altar so easily by himself. Unbelievable. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Crack, crack. The dragon claw exerted force, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar's surface. Cracks started to spread from the dragon claw. Calamity Luck Altar quickly let out a dazzling light as it prepared an immortal killer move, bombarding the nearby Duke Long. Within the flames of the explosion, Duke Long's figure stood tall. Roar, roar, roar. A surging aura burst out from his body. These auras condensed into long dragons that coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, suppressing it. What method is this? Duke Long did not use it in the Battle of Eastern Sea. Bull Demon narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he muttered, There are no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked again. The Dragon Chi killer move had immense power. 5 Elements Grandmaster was clear that if he faced it personally, he would not be able to last more than 2 or 3 rounds. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 immortal goo house, but it was suppressed by Duke Long. Longevity Heaven's group was close to victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower was right in front of them, but because of Duke Long's obstruction, victory became an unreachable dream. Duke Long was just one person, but he was like a heavenly chasm, an impregnable fortress. We are both rank 8s. Why is the gap so huge? Lord Bing Sai Chuan, what do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster was at a loss. The gap between them could not be bridged with bravery. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked at Bing Sai Chuan, but Bing Sai Chuan had vanished. Where did he go? At the next moment, Bing Sai Chuan suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. The Time Path killer move that he had prepared for a long time was unleashed, hitting the back of Duke Long's head. Success. Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. Duke Long did not move at all. A surge of dragon chi shot out, with a loud dragon roar. The dragon mouth bit onto Bing Sai Chuan as it rose up and restrained him in the air. Bing Sai Chuan relied on his own defense to hold on while using killer moves to break the dragon chi restriction. But all his efforts ended in failure. Dragon Chi was not indestructible, but its recovery speed was too fast. You are clearly injured. This is not your normal battle strength. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. How do you understand the profundity of my heavenly dragon's last stand? Duke Long glanced at Bing Sai Chuan plainly before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was already filled with cracks. It was surrounded by countless dragon chi auras, pressuring and killing large numbers of goo worms. Calamity Luck Altar could not break free. If this situation continued, Calamity Luck Altar would only be destroyed. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Let me out. I would rather die in battle at Duke Long's hands than die here. Bull Demon was silent. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly laughed sinisterly. I am not your match, but so what? I still have a trump card. Please, Limitless, turn around. Chapter 1727. A million years ago, Olden Antiquity era. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court. He charged forward. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals disregarded their own safety and blocked him with all their strength. Limitless Demon Venerable walked leisurely. None of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals could match him. They suffered heavy casualties. Central Heaven Gate was destroyed. Name Plaque Palace could not even fly away. Sun Palace and Five Deity Hall were as fragile as paper in front of Limitless Demon Venerable. They were like a joke. Finally, when Limitless Demon Venerable arrived at Central Great Hall, Celestial Court shook. Star constellations will descended and activated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's backup plan. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable was trapped in the formation. He broke through 100 formations before escaping. Below Heaven Overseeing Tower, Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. Star Constellation, we are both venerables. You painstakingly arranged all sorts of methods to restrict me. Even though I hate you, I also admire you. Now that we are in a life and death situation, so what if you left behind many methods? You want to stop a living Goo Venerable? This idea would definitely not come to fruition. Rank 9 Venerables are invincible in the current world. Only Venerables of the same level can deal with them. Star Constellations will smile bitterly. She actually opened up a path to the inside of Heaven Overseeing Tower. How can I not know what you are saying? But I have to try. Otherwise, how can I be willing to give up? Please come in. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyebrows rose. You are not going to stop me? Star Constellations will said calmly. Since I cannot stop you, why bother? Limitless Demon Venerable, since you want to destroy Fate Goo, let me accompany you. The Limitless Demon Sovereign was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his sharp face. Interesting, he said softly, accompanied by Star Constellation's will. He entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. He walked to the top of the tower and saw Fate Goo. Not long after, Limitless Demon Venerable walked out of the tower. What made the heavily injured Celestial Court Goo Immortals shocked was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not destroy Fate Goo. Fate Goo was still perfectly preserved in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Nobody knew what happened inside the tower, or what Star Constellations will discuss with Limitless Demon Venerable. In short, the Limitless Demon Sovereign's expression was still cold, but there seemed to be a thin layer of anger hidden in his eyes. He looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals shuddered. Their morale fell to rock bottom. Finally, Limitless Demon Venerable's gaze landed on Star Constellation's will. Humph! Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the two of you definitely left behind more methods and arrangements than this, right? Are you looking down on me? Bring them all out. I want to have a good look. The will of the constellation sighed bitterly, but since the Limitless Demonic Venerable challenged her, she had no choice but to comply. Thus, the bloody battle resumed. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals died, and were sacrificed under Limitless Demon Venerable's hands. Wherever the Limitless Demon Venerable went, he would leave behind a pool of blood and corpses. The star constellations will follow behind him, calmly witnessing his slaughter. The forgotten Tao Lake's water had already been dyed blood red. The Limitless Demon Venerable squinted his eyes. This round of slaughter made him feel delighted. At this moment, he looked at the waves on the surface of the lake and asked, "What lake is this?" Forgotten Tao Lake. Forgotten Tao Lake. As the name suggests, it is a good lake, a good lake. It would be a pity if I destroyed it. So be it. Limitless Demon Venerable's interest suddenly waned. Forgotten Tao, who can forget Tao? After a moment of silence, Star Constellations will said, Limitless Demon Venerable, it is rare for you to come to Celestial Court. Why don't you take a look around? Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellations will deeply. Are you not afraid that I will destroy your Celestial Court? Star Constellations Will's tone was still calm. You cannot destroy the Celestial Court. Not to mention when the Celestial Court is truly facing the danger of destruction. Master's supreme method would be activated. Even if you destroy the Celestial Court, can you destroy Fate Goo? Saying this, Star Constellations Will's expression became solemn. The most important thing is, the true Celestial Court is not here, it is in our hearts. Even if the Celestial Court is destroyed, it will be rebuilt by a new generation of people. Limitless Demon Venerable, you can't have eternal life, right? Limitless Demon Venerable stood on the spot, staring at Star Constellations Will with a bone-chilling gaze. Star Constellations Will looked at him with a calm expression. After a long while, Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. As expected of Star Constellation, you are right. Star Constellations was not surprised. Let's take a walk. Limitless Demon Venerable walked up Star Zone Mountain. At the highest peak, he saw a pavilion. This was an immortal goo house. Limitless Demon Venerable walked into the pavilion, looking at the huge celestial court. Other than the bloody path he created and the tragic state of the place, the rest of the place was still a beautiful and prosperous land. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply. He focused. Good pavilion, what is its name? Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Star Constellations Will replied. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined. This rank 8 immortal goo house had no secrets in his eyes. He saw through its structure and usage at one glance. He nodded. Imperfection Regret Pavilion. It is a good name. It is appropriate. Imperfection. I could not achieve my goal in this trip. It is truly a huge regret. Who can live a perfect life without any flaws or regrets? He seemed to be asking Star Constellations Will, but also like he was talking to himself. His tone was melancholic. Star Constellations Will was silent. Limitless Demon Venerable suddenly laughed lightly. His melancholic expression disappeared as he regained his usual cool demeanor. He clapped and praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, your arrangements were truly amazing. But now I am interested. Star Constellations Will's expression changed slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements were not just the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. In fact, Forgotten Tao Lake and Imperfection Regret Pavilion were all part of her meticulous planning. Limitless Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. He could not be stopped directly. Only by eliminating his fighting spirit and killing intent could he preserve the strength of the Celestial Court to the greatest extent. And this was what Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were most proficient in. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable was tricked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his fighting spirit only dimmed for a moment before rising again. Limitless Demon Venerable did not attack again. He looked at Star Constellations Will and said, I was born at the wrong time. There is nothing I can do. I cannot participate in the great era a million years later. Star Constellation, you are the same. Thus, I have a suggestion. Please speak. Why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion? Play chess. Star Constellations was slightly stunned. All right, we both need this game of chess. For the next few days, Limitless Demon Venerable stayed in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, playing chess with Star Constellations Will. When Limitless Demon Venerable left, Star Constellations Will also vanished from the pavilion. Imperfection Regret Pavilion became a forbidden area of the Celestial Court. Normally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion would be normal, but sometimes the celestial court's goo immortals would accidentally see two figures in the pavilion. No matter from which angle one looked at it, the two figures were facing the outsider sideways. The two figures were a man and a woman. They looked like star constellation, immortal venerable, and limitless demon venerable. But any celestial court goo immortals who saw this would mostly die a few days later. Only a small number of lucky people managed to survive the ordeal and continue to live on. Their strength improved tremendously. Many years later, Genesis Lotus, immortal, venerable, wanted to get rid of the threat of Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but he shook his head and left Star Zone Mountain. Many more years passed. Giant Sun Immortal was invited to visit Celestial Court. He saw Embroidered Tower. He saw the 3 bloody skins left behind by reckless, savage demon venerable. He entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw fake goo. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain. He only took a glance at Imperfection Regret Pavilion before leaving. These records flashed past Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal is too crafty. He must have seen something back then. Bing Sai Chuan can actually use the strength that limitless demon venerable left behind. Duke Long thought rapidly. He wanted to stop Bing Sai Chuan, but he did not have any methods to do so. He acutely sensed that an extremely profound aura burst out of Bing Sai Chuan's body and vanished in an instant. Far away, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, the originally empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion slowly showed the figures of 2 people playing chess, as well as the chessboard between them. They were a man and a woman. Even though only the side of their faces could be seen, the woman's peerless beauty and the man's cold expression could be seen. It was the scene of the 2 venerables playing chess. Ripples appeared in the air. The unmoving scene of the 2 venerables suddenly became lively. Star Constellation had a complex expression as she looked at Limitless. The person you are waiting for is here. Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing, "The person I am waiting for is still here, but there is someone from my hometown who inherited my true inheritance. In that case, I have to help." Saying so, he grabbed a chess piece on the chessboard and flicked it. Throughout the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around to look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion. The figures of the 2 venerables faded away, leaving behind an empty pavilion on the peak of the mountain. The chess piece was extremely fast. It had just flown out of the pavilion. When it hit Duke Long, Duke Long's body shook intensely. He had a look of shock on his face. Plop! At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the sky in a daze, crashing on the ground. The chess piece's power turned into a set of silver-white illusory chains that tied him up and stabbed deep into his phantom aperture, restraining all of the goo worms in it. Duke Long's eyes were wide open. He could breathe normally, but he could not move at all. He found that he still had strength left, but whenever he tried to break free, the chains would send an equal force that negated all of his efforts. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was tightly restrained. The dragon chi he activated naturally crumbled and disintegrated. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sai Chuan regained their freedom. Bing Sai Chuan roared as he pounced at Duke Long. But when he activated his strongest killer move, the moment it reached Duke Long's head, the silver chains let out a bright light that easily blocked Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Even though this rank 9 killer move is restraining Duke Long, it seems to be protecting him as well. Is it because even though Limitless Demon Venerable's strength is used, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will is also mixed in? Unable to kill Duke Long, Bing Sai Chuan decisively gave up. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar crashed into the central Great Hall with a loud sound. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to bring Old Man Zheng Yuan away in a panic. Chapter 1728. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim. Central Great Hall was the center of all the palaces in Celestial Court. It was destroyed. Fairy Myrtle's control over her forces fell sharply. If she continued to mobilize them, she would have to spend more time and energy. And in such intense battles of life and death, every breath of time was precious. Central Great Hall was in ruins. In front of Calamity Luck Altar, there was a tall tower, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan had a heated gaze. Heaven Overseeing Tower was famous in the world. Every Gu immortal in the 5 regions knew of it. Right now, it was standing still. A refinement path formation was shining brightly beside it, enveloping it. Fate Gu is at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. It is being controlled by the refinement path formation and is being repaired. Bing Sai Chuan frowned slightly. Celestial Court's defenses were very tight. At the crucial moment, there was even a Heaven Overseeing Tower protecting it. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had not ended yet. Only the finals were left. Because countless Gu masters had failed in their Gu refinement, infallible Blessed Land had already formed many success Dao marks. These Dao marks had already been extracted by Celestial Court. They were now being used to repair Fate Gu to ensure that nothing went wrong. We cannot destroy this refinement path formation directly. Otherwise, the formation's backlash might cause Fate Gu's repair to go to waste. It will return to its original damaged state. It seems that we can only enter the formation and snatch it. Thinking of this, Bing Sai Chuan immediately ordered Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon accepted the order, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was hesitant. Lord Bing Sai Chuan, I am afraid we cannot handle this well. If we have the chance to snatch Fate Gu, but Fate Gu has not been repaired completely, what should we do? This was a problem indeed. Celestial Court had methods to repair Fate Gu. They relied on human path killer moves to hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and accumulate a vast number of failures before using infallible Blessed Land to collect the success Dao marks for Gu refinement. Longevity, Heaven did not have such methods. Bing Sai Chuan looked at 5 Elements Grandmaster. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. He said, honestly, we want Fate Gu in this state. It had been painstakingly repaired by the Celestial Court for countless years and was finally close to full recovery. Such a Fate Gu is what we want. A completely repaired Fate Gu cannot be used by anyone. Even the Celestial Court could only use the immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to observe the trajectories of life in the world. If someone could truly grasp Fate Gu, they would be able to determine the trajectory of fate and arrange the course of life. Unfortunately, the previous generations of celestial venerables of the Celestial Court have made countless efforts, but all of them have returned in failure without a trace of success. 5 Elements Grandmaster was surprised. In that case, what is the use of snatching Fate Gu that is on the verge of completion? Bing Sai Chuan smiled. We cannot control Fate Gu directly. Past venerables have deduced the reason. It is likely that Fate Gu's activation standard is too high. Only Providence can use it. But this does not mean we cannot use Fate Gu. The Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower is the best example. It is just that the usage of Fate Gu is too shallow. Other than that, the Celestial Court has another method, that is to use Fate Gu as a Gu material and refine it together with a Luck Path Immortal Gu to create Destiny Gu. Destiny Gu, 5 Elements Grandmaster's pupils shrunk. Bing Sai Chuan's smile became more obvious. This is also the reason why the Celestial Court invaded Northern Plains and snatched fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. So that's it. 5 Elements Grandmaster realized. Bing Sai Chuan continued, but they did not know that the idea of the so-called destiny goo was first proposed by ancestor giant Sunday. The celestial court wanted to refine, rank 10 destiny goo. They were too ambitious. But we are different. We only want to refine, rank 9 destiny goo. Thus, fate goo, which is a goo material, does not need to be repaired. As long as we have rank 9 destiny goo, our longevity heaven will be able to contend with the celestial court. We can dominate the great era and replace the celestial court. We can even rule over the 5 regions and become the ruler of all living beings in the world. 5 Elements Grandmaster was tongue-tied. He was shocked by longevity heaven's ambition, and was even more amazed by Giant Sun Immortal's plan. So longevity heaven's attack on the celestial court had been planned since Giant Sun Immortal, and it was only carried out today. Getting Bing Sai Chuan's explanation and encouragement, 5 Elements Grandmaster no longer hesitated. He flew out together with Bull Demon, entering the refinement path formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was at the center of the formation. They had to enter the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and take fate goo away. Someone has entered the formation. Old man Zheng Yuan watched from afar with a worried expression. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not flustered. This refinement path formation was specially set up by us. It is not the refinement cauldron formation from before. Moreover, Yuan Xiongdu is not the only one inside. There are 2 other rank 8s assisting him in refining goo. Even though the refinement cauldron formation had great effect in repairing fate goo, because it was an imitation of Lang Ya Blessed Land's refinement cauldron, the celestial court decisively gave up on it. After all, longevity heaven had already annexed Lang Ya sect. The construction method of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron was definitely in longevity heaven's hands. In the refinement path formation, Yuan Xiongdu was the main controller. He had to maintain it at all times. He could not leave. But the 2 celestial court rank 8s assisting him could temporarily give up their work and protect Yuan Xiongdu. Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since longevity heaven sent someone to barge into the formation, it means they want to snatch fate goo and not destroy fate goo. Thus they have some reservations. Only otherworldly demons can destroy fate goo, while Fang Yuan is still in Emperor City's battlefield. We still have time. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was not in a hurry to join the battle. She first helped Old Man Zheng Yuan settle down. Old Man Zheng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He did not have the qualifications to join the battle. But his role was crucial. He was the key to activating the human path methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After helping Old Man Zheng Yuan settle down, Fairy Myrtle immediately returned to the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar floated in the air, blocking the entrance of the refinement path formation. Inside the formation, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were already fighting with the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle gave a growl. Countless thoughts rained down on Calamity Luck Altar like a storm. This was an immortal killer move with extraordinary power, especially after being amplified by Star Constellation Chessboard. Even Calamity Luck Altar did not dare to underestimate it. Bing Sai Chuan healed his injuries while controlling Calamity Luck Altar to resist Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle controlled Star Constellation Chessboard. This was also a rank 8 immortal goo house. Calamity Luck Altar was created by Giant Sun Immortal, while Star Constellation Chessboard was created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The battle between the 2 immortal goo houses could be seen as a small contest between Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At once, the scene was extremely intense. Both sides displayed their abilities and exerted their full strength. Rank 8 immortal killer moves had incredible power, but thankfully the Celestial Court was protected by the methods of past immortal venerables. It was not heavily damaged. As the battle dragged on, Fairy Myrtle's aura became heavier. Even though she controlled star constellation chessboard, the latter was very small. She could hold it with one hand. In comparison, Calamity Luck Altar was huge. It dominated the entrance of the formation and defended its position. It had a slight advantage. During this period, Fairy Myrtle wanted to save Duke Long. But the silver chains on Duke Long were limitless Demon Venerable's methods. The moment Fairy Myrtle got close, she faced intense resistance. Her immortal killer moves were also blocked by the silver chains. But this could also be seen as a form of protection for Duke Long. Thus, even though Duke Long was in the battlefield and could not move, he was unharmed. The palaces around him were in ruins. The flat ground was filled with holes and ditches. It was a mess. Damn it, damn it. Duke Long gritted his teeth. He did not give up on struggling, but it was useless. If this continues, it won't be good. Fairy Myrtle's mood was heavy. She had been fighting for a long time, but could not reinforce Yuan Qiong, who was in the refinement path formation. Even though longevity, heaven did not send many Gu immortals this time. They were all rank 8 elites and had a clear division of labor. At this rate, they might really be able to take away Fate Gu. Right when Fairy Myrtle was at her wit's end, a certain corner of Celestial Court shook. Auras appeared from nowhere, from weak to strong, rising rapidly. That is the immortal graveyard. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. In the immortal graveyard of Celestial Court, there were many rank 8 experts slumbering. The situation was too complicated. Even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many rank 8s were slumbering here. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court finally activated its foundation. The slumbering Gu immortals sensed it and woke up from their slumber. You dare to invade my Celestial Court. You are courting death. With a loud shout, a burly Gu immortal with a bare head and human body flew up, looking down at Calamity Luck Altar with a cold and domineering gaze. Saying so, he vanished far away. Such speed. Bing Sai Chuan was shocked. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar toppled over like a mountain. It was sent flying by a huge force. A black bear that was larger than Calamity Luck Altar stood in front of Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. This is the transformation path great expert of Celestial Court, Senior Zhang Fei Xiong. He is most proficient in bear transformation. His strength can shake the earth and lift mountains. The juniors are useless. They actually allowed others to invade the depths of Celestial Court. Even the central Great Hall was destroyed. Another voice resounded in the sky. An old Gu immortal appeared in the sky. His skin was pale. He was emaciated and had a sickly expression. Right now, he was sitting on a wheelchair. He looked weak, but his eyes shined with cold light. It made people's hearts tremble in fear. Ah, Fairy Myrtle gasped. It is Lord Gulu Ru. Sigh, he is a time path great expert. If he had awakened earlier and guarded the river of time, with him replacing Senior Li Huang, Fang Yuan would not have been able to escape. Calamity Luck Altar flew into the sky again. Gulu Ru pointed at it. The entire rank 8 immortal Gu house immediately slowed down by several times. Zhang Feixiong laughed loudly and pounced forward, taking the chance to press Calamity Luck Altar to the ground, suppressing it under his body. Who's the one who woke me up? Sigh, I am getting old. If I sleep less, I will have more wrinkles. I will lose my beauty. Little sister, am I right? A charming figure suddenly appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was shocked. She had not sensed it at all. Junior greets Senior Wan Zihong. Fairy Myrtle quickly bowed. Don't call me Senior, just call me Sister. Look, do I have more wrinkles at the corners of my eyes? This female immortal who had awakened from the immortal graveyard approached Fairy Myrtle and asked in concern. Fairy Myrtle looked at the beautiful face that was as smooth as a peeled egg. She was speechless, but her expression became more respectful. There are no wrinkles at all. One, sister, you are overthinking. She was very careful, because this female immortal, Wan Zihong, had an extraordinary origin. Most of the members of the celestial court were chosen from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But this Wan Zihong was a great demon who had once wreaked havoc in Western Desert. She was recruited by the celestial court. Zhang Fei Xiong, Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong, one after another. The Gu immortals of the celestial court woke up from the immortal graveyard. At once, the difference in numbers between the two sides increased. The situation changed completely. So many reinforcements came all of a sudden. Are there more? Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan's laughter could be heard. Under such a grim situation, he could actually laugh out loud. A bad feeling flashed past Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since longevity heaven attacked the celestial court, how could they not expect the immortal graveyard? Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because the killer move of a demon venerable is attached to it. At this moment, Bing Saichuan's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Chapter 1729. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The super-immortal formation that was suppressing Di Zongxing was broken by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Most of it was destroyed. Only the core of the formation was left, barely holding on. Old Man Bei Feng was heavily injured. He was barely holding on. His grandson Feng Chanzi was by his side, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court, but they were nowhere to be seen. Feng Chanzi's expression became more and more desperate. Outside the core, Eastern Sea's rank 8s surrounded the core of the formation. Hua Clan's first supreme elder, Hua Kai-yun, let out an immemorial cloud beast. It attached itself to the core of the formation and continued to grind down the formation. This is the work of Celestial Court after all. Even though only the core of the formation is left, it can still resist the corrosion of our cloud beasts. Hua Kai-yun sighed. Roar. At this time, from deep within Earth Trench came another dragon roar, shaking heaven and earth. The sound waves rumbled, shaking the entire Earth Trench. Countless rocks fell from the cliffs of Earth Trench. Eastern Sea's rank 8s looked at the eerie darkness below them worriedly. Shen Songsheng urged. The formation is mostly damaged. It cannot suppress Di Zongxing anymore. To prevent any problems, we need to act now. Di Zongxing was a unique, legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. Because it was formed from the power of Central Continent's earth veins, it was formed from human hatred, fear, and other negative emotions. Therefore, it naturally harbored hatred and murderous intent towards the human race. More importantly, unless its source of energy was destroyed, it would be immortal. It had once caused huge trouble to Celestial Court. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals did not want to fight Di Zongxing for no reason. They wanted to take away Dragon Palace and wash away their humiliation. Then let Di Zongxing escape and continue to cause trouble to Celestial Court and Central Continent. That's enough. Song Qiyuan nodded. Puff. He called out softly. Immortal killer move. Broken mirror light fragment. Crack. There was a crisp sound, like a mirror falling on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The entire formation's core shattered into countless pieces like a broken mirror, revealing Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. No. Feng Chanzi retreated in fear, shouting in fear. Song Qiyuan's killer move was very mystical. At the start, there were no signs of it. Once they had accumulated enough energy, they would erupt in a single day, often catching people off guard and catching them off guard. This mirror-shattering light move was also Song Qiyuan's proudest move. It was best at dealing with immobile objects, such as formations. Once the formation shattered, Di Zongxing roared. His voice shook the entire Earth Trench. Quick, seize the time. Eastern Sea's rank 8s charged forward. I am going to die. Feng Chanzi immediately fell to the ground and closed his eyes in fear. His body trembled, and his face twisted as he waited for death to descend upon him. Di Zongxing, Feng Clan's Dragon Continent. Qi, Dragon Sect's Ling Ling Dragon King. Shen Tian Dragon Spirit Sect. Sect, King Qi. Don't kill him. I will capture him alive. Shen Zongsheng suddenly said. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals' attacks slowed down. They were surprised. Did Shen Zongsheng have a method to capture rank 8 Gu Immortals alive? Everyone watched carefully. Shen Zongsheng smiled confidently. Here. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that countless threads of light appeared on Old Man Beifeng's body. They were like strands of silk that bound him tightly. This is a killer move that I recently cultivated. It is called Lingering Sound. Shen Zongsheng explained. Old Man Beifeng showed a look of grief and anger. He had planned to die in battle, but to think that the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals wanted to capture him alive, this was an even greater humiliation. The Eastern Sea Immortals were silent. Looking at the situation, Shen Zongsheng could really capture a Gu Immortal of the same level alive. Even though a large part of the reason was that Old Man Beifeng's battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, Shen Zongsheng's method was enough to make them wary. Rank 8 Gu Immortals often had deep foundations. Shen Zongsheng's actions showed this. Old Man Beifeng could not retaliate. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering in fear. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that he only had rank 6 cultivation level and was acting like a coward. They could not be bothered to care about him. Shen Zongsheng used his immortal killer move with all his strength, wanting to capture Old Man Beifeng alive. A living rank 8 Gu Immortal had much more value than a dead one. Ignoring everything else, just capturing a great expert of the same level alive was a glorious achievement. Shen Zongsheng and Shen Clan's reputation in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world would rise by a large margin. The other immortals started to search for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. They came together for this rank 8 immortal Gu House. Soon, Zhang Yi noticed something was amiss. Over there. He pointed with an excited expression, using an investigative immortal killer move. After the killer move, an immortal Gu House appeared, floating above the immortals' heads. It was tens of feet away from Old Man Beifeng. The Eastern Sea Immortals were overjoyed. If this was not Dragon Palace, what else could it be? Other than Shen Zongsheng, the other Eastern Sea Immortals quickly gathered. They had excited expressions. Shen Zongsheng was focused on dealing with Old Man Beifeng. He was not anxious. Before coming, the Eastern Sea Immortals had made an alliance agreement. It was quite restrictive. The agreement stated, if the Eastern Sea Immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort the Eastern Sea Immortals put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Qi Yuan and the rest tried to subdue it. But after 2 or 3 killer moves were used, Dragon Palace only shook intensely. It did not submit to them. This immortal Gu House is truly extraordinary. Dragon Palace's stubborn resistance made the Eastern Sea Immortals even more excited. They were even more determined to obtain Dragon Palace. Gradually, as they worked hard to subdue it, they discovered a huge secret. So that's it. Celestial Court placed the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here, to use it to subdue Di Zongxing. Even though Di Zongxing is a combination of earth veins and negative emotions, he has a dragon form and is countered by Dragon Palace. Thus there is a possibility of subduing him. Duke Long made a good plan. The earth veins of the 5 regions are about to merge into one. One of the sources of Di Zongxing's strength is the earth vein. Once the earth vein merges, Di Zongxing's strength will rise by 5 times. Don't forget, once the earth vein merges, the 5 regional walls will vanish. The world will descend into chaos. Conflicts will erupt everywhere. At that time, there will be intense fear, hatred, jealousy, and other emotions. This will make Di Zongxing's strength rise again. The Eastern Sea immortals conversed, many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This way, among the legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Di Zongxing would become the undisputed number one. Its battle strength was at the peak of rank 8 to begin with. After this growth, it might even have the possibility of advancing to pseudo-venerable battle strength. No wonder Duke Long did not hesitate to take Dragon Palace. He wanted to subdue a pseudo-venerable battle strength expert to suppress the situation. Thankfully, we came to stop Celestial Court's scheme. Otherwise, the 5 regions would be in trouble in the future. The Eastern Sea immortals were glad. No wonder the formation was broken. We only heard dragon roars, but did not see Di Zongxing escaping. Right now, Dragon Palace is suppressing Di Zongxing. We need to wait. That's right. When Dragon Palace subdues Di Zongxing, our Eastern Sea Gu immortal world will not only obtain a rank 8 immortal Gu house, we will also obtain a super strong expert. If Celestial Court finds out, they will vomit blood. Ha ha ha, this is too amazing, too amazing. Emperor City Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan activated it again and again. Wherever he went, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses were all forced to retreat. Great Thief Ghost Hand could steal Gu worms. Fang Yuan's killer move could even steal rank 8 immortal Gu, even if the immortal Gu were hidden in the Gu Immortal's grotto heaven. The essence of an immortal Gu house was the combination of many Gu worms, forming a fixed form. It could be seen as the fusion of many immortal killer moves or a mobile immortal formation. Be it immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, or immortal formations, they were all methods of using Gu worms. Although they looked different, their essence was the same. Great Thief Ghost Hand could even steal Gu worms hidden in the immortal aperture, not to mention immortal Gu houses, which were mobile immortal formations that exposed their Gu worms. Undeniably, Great Thief Ghost Hand countered immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan relied on Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal many Gu worms. He had attacked immortal Gu houses before, but that was Great Space Temple. It had methods to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. In fact, most immortal Gu houses did not have the ability to resist Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Celestial Court's meticulously arranged immortal Gu house defense line was shaken up because of Fang Yuan. The situation was in chaos. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, hand over your life. At the crucial moment, Li Huang shouted and charged at Fang Yuan while wearing Verdant Sunflame cloak. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses could not deal with Fang Yuan, but Gu immortals could. Great Thief Ghost Hand was far more difficult to steal Gu worms from immortal apertures than immortal Gu houses. Especially when Li Huang had Verdant Sunflame cloak, he could defend against Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan saw that Li Huang was chasing him. He advanced instead of retreating. Li Huang, you are finally willing to come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year monkey as he spat. Immediately, spring scissors flew out, piercing through the air as it shot towards Li Huang. Next, Fang Yuan quickly breathed in deeply. Year Monkey's 2 hands grasped in the air as a huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere. It was Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Cut. What? Under Li Huang's shocked gaze, his flame cloak was cut. Its defense was greatly damaged. Fan. Whoosh. Winds blew as the sky changed color. Li Huang was hit. He was sent flying far away. How could his strength grow so rapidly? Li Huang looked at the tiny flame left on his verdant sunflame cloak. He had an unsightly expression. One had to know that he had activated the verdant sunflame cloak when he sensed that something was amiss when he was being attacked.